time is very, lunch is almost coming up. So, okay. Okay. Good morning, everybody. Thank you for coming, and I really appreciate that you took the time to be here today. I know this is unusual to be here at 9 in the morning, but we need to take care of other things. So today's Thursday, the 22nd of February, 2024. It's now 9:57 a.m., and we're continuing our meeting. That's called resumption board meeting for today. So, you see, just to recap on where we were last meeting when we adjourned on Thursday, we were down to old business, and we were addressing F. Number 4, we had a SBA loan guarantee request, and we addressed
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
Roll call.
Oh, okay, I apologize. Roll call, please. Oh, Mr. Commissioner Davido. Here. Commissioner Berdadi.
Here.
Okay, and I'm here, so that meets the quorum, right, attorney?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so now, may I continue now? Or-
Yes, sir.
I apologize. Okay, let me see. Okay, so we'll recap from last Thursday. So we were finished with Ms. Bernice Nelson, and then today we have number 4, Mrs. Mariano. So is Mrs. Mariano available?
In Melina.
Okay, so is she in Zoom? Mrs. Okay, if not, we'll just move on to number 5.
Roll call.
Okay,
Mr. Chair.
all right, number 5 would be Mr. Joaquin Manlodia. And is anybody from that family here? From Manlodia? Yeah, please come to the proceed forward, sign in, and state your.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, just for a brief, of course, Mr. Glenn A. is here to give you the specifics of it.
Okay,
For Joaquin Maglonia,
okay,
was issued in July 27, 1998, a residential lease based on his December 26, 1995, at 12:05 p.m. application date. His lease was subject to survey, which he has not been done as of this date. The original lease was a portion of lot 255 in PD at the type of Paca. Mr. Maglonia got a loan guarantee to upgrade from a wood and tin structure to a fully concrete home. An addendum updating the lot description to lot 255 was based on a master plan for that lot. Mr. Maglonia is waiting for documentation stating his former loan has been declared clear. The approval of a second loan guarantee is in the hands of the board now. So if you need more, we do have a representative for Mr. Maglonia, and
you briefed me about discussion and action,
Yes.
right? So we can do discussion now, and then action?
Let the agent first
yeah, just
do it.
Okay,
he could give you a specific
all right.
report.
Okay, real brief, please.
Good morning, Commissioners. Nick A, Acting Supervisor. We do have a representative for Mr. Joaquin Magloina, the wife right here, and she's joining us today. And just a brief, note on what's been requested this morning. Mr. Joaquin Magloina has requested a loan guarantee from Small Business Administration and the amount of $87,300. The issue that we're having at hand is that Mr. Magloina was given a SBA loan some time back, and then at 2013 was a default. And what happened was that later on, after the default, there was another loan institution that took over the loan, which is CLMG Corp. And we have a letter from them saying that Mr. Joaquin Magloina has satisfactorily paid off the loan. So what's pending was I needed to get a document from SBA releasing their mortgage to another loan institution, which is CLMG Corp. Because right now I'm looking at CLMG Corp saying that they paid off the loan, but it didn't say anything about SBA. So I've been working with Ms. Magloina to see if we can get some documentation. But that being said, like I said earlier, that Mr. Magloina had an SBA loan, and it appears like it's been paid off by another loan institution. And again, he got approved for another SBA loan. So that being said, I'm just looking like, okay, SBA will not approve a second SBA loan if the first one is still pending. So that's your decision. I still don't have a solid
Okay,
document that states as such,
thank you.
but I have Ms. Magloina here to explain if you need to have
Well,
any
let's
questions.
ask the legal opinion on having a first SBA, then a second institution paying the SBA,
Yeah.
then you got a second SBA that they applied and the second application approved the same SBA original loan.
Yes.
So legal can give us that. Does that have an effect on the, we don't want to say title of the property? Does it have a lien on the property, or with the lease of the 99-year lease, is there a lien on this particular property having that kind of scenario?
Mr. Chairman, members, I haven't seen a title report
Or,
specific to this property, so I don't know whether, what lenders originally filed liens against the property and which of those lenders have ultimately filed lien releases. If you have a lien on your property without a lien release, from the lawyer's perspective, the claim remains. Unfortunately, in some instances, you may have to go to court and get a judge to say, well, that old lender, they went out of business, or they're just so screwed up they can't get their paperwork together, but the borrowers provided enough evidence that, and so in this instance, it's really up to you whether, in your judgment, your constituent has, provided you with enough information so that you're comfortable that in fact, there are no other claims against the property.
okay, thank you, sir. We're still in discussion, right?
Right, basically what's happening here is Mr. Magloina received a loan guarantee, and now they're seeking another one. Can you have two loans on the same property? Well, you can have first and second loan as far as I know, but it's up to the board now, because we're gonna wait for the first loan to be cleared first before we give another guarantee, loan guarantee.
I see. Now, you mentioned the second lending institution have paid.
We have a letter, I'm not sure if you have that as a part of the
Yeah,
package,
go
where
ahead.
it says here that
That it's paid, the SBA.
that's a paid in full,
Okay,
right?
all right, so is
What-
that letter legal, and is it enough to say that the first loan was paid in full?
Was it paid in full or was it purchased?
Because our records indicate the above loan has been paid in full.
Okay, so let's move forward to the other.
Yeah, that's,
The legality of the letter.
We
Could I
did.
look at that?
I can speak. We did.
Okay,
And we'll give it to
Because normally
The
banks
letter saying the
banks
first one, but.
Yes,
will
okay.
sell a mortgage to another bank.
Yes, because it was, it's.
And then that bank that assumes the mortgage clears the book from the original
Yes,
financial institution. So unless we see that transaction,
Usangan namin ang rock.
I'm so sorry, I
Whoa, whoa.
apologize.
Okay, go ahead.
not yet.
Oh,
So unless we see that transaction where Bank B bought the mortgage from Bank A, all right? Because when Bank B buys the mortgage from Bank A, Bank B will clear the liability from Bank A, and Bank B assumes that liability. So the question would be, we need to see that transfer.
I actually have, because, I'm sorry,
Now give your name.
good morning, my name is Terivia Mungolonia. And if I may speak, what had happened basically with our SBA disaster loan from PACA, it was transferred to like several financial institutions. So it went from SBA to MGC, MGC to COMG, back to MGC, and then it ended up with COMG. So, you know, basically it was just a lot of transferring. So my house was damaged on Mawar, where I had a lot of flooding, right? Because I assumed, you know, it's been 20 years, we did try to secure and everything. We couldn't, the tree hit the, you know, the wall, cracked the window. So the only documents that I have basically is, if I may grab it, really quick, I'm so sorry.
So all these transfer from SBA to bank number 2, number 3, number 4 was done by SBA transaction? Or we did-
No, so like what, you know, like what Mr. Garrido mentioned, right? Whenever it gets transferred, we basically just have to comply. But the letter that we got indicates that nothing has changed. I'm still gonna be paying the same mortgage rate. So my situation basically is, I did ask for the payoff, you know, they want a release of lien. But what COMG informed me is the land was not used as a collateral. This was a disaster loan for the building itself. But because the land does belong to CHamoru Land Trust, they need a loan guarantee. I'm not trying to rebuild the house, don't get me wrong, my house is still intact, but the typhoon Moar really did a lot of damage. The doors alone, when we first built the house, it was only 200, that was in 1998. We bought one door and it almost became 1,000. And the quality is not even good, but we have no choice because that's all that's available.
Okay,
All right,
So
so
with
I
the
just
bank-
need for repairs.
okay. So attorney, SBA changed bank to private bank, is that what it is, or?
Mr. Chairman, if I may, and hopefully our constituent can find this letter. On November 17th of 2023, CLMG wrote their borrower a letter confirming that the loan was paid in full, but also indicated that they mail to the borrower a official lien release for the borrower to record. So, from my perspective, if either from the title company or from the borrower, we can see a copy of the formal lien release from CLMG, then there's no question that all the previous loans have been paid in full,
Including SBA?
including SBA.
SBA would have been the first one that was paid off.
Okay, all right, so again, we're still in discussion, or do we do action, or,
You're in discussion until somebody makes a motion.
okay.
Do you have that letter that you wanted to show us?
Well, the letter that, so this is basically everything that they had given
The
me.
release of lien.
So this is the letter, if I make it to you, and everybody has a copy. So, we've been going back and forth basically because of the signature, the ink, it was just stamped in the beginning, but I went ahead and I got all the corrections needed. So it's been like almost a month, so I do have a time frame because it's like steps just to, finish off with everything.
I just have the top letter, I don't have the lien release.
So that's the original copy that was mailed to me.
It specifies there. But what you're requesting for is loan guarantee for disaster loan.
Yes, it's just to repair the house and our extension that was damaged because we didn't think the trees were gonna give up, but after 20 years. So I believe on that document, there is paperwork indicating from whichever bank the financial institution was transferred to.
My concern is the SBA because SBA was your initial,
Where it started, yes, where it
okay,
originated.
and then they sold the loan to Bank E, and Bank E cleared your name off SBA.
Yes,
But you're still responsible for whatever Bank B has
which,
intact.
yes, which
I don't
doesn't
know if you
change the
paid it
name.
in full with Bank B, but this is like a personal loan from SBA for typhoon damage.
I guess if that's what you wanna call it. But, it's just for repairs.
All right, so do we have a motion?
Dexter, can you make a copy of this, please, for our record?
I'd like to make a motion to approve a loan guarantee of $87,300 for Joaquin Hayatneo Manglonia and
Cerebria Flores Manglonia.
Cerebria Flores Manglonia.
For lot number,
Lot number 255-3B.
quarter acre?
Doesn't say.
Okay. Change the first page, and front page. 25 acres.
0.25 acres besides of the lot.
Okay, do I hear a second?
I will second.
Okay, motion carries.
Roll, need to vote.
May I get a vote?
Those in favor?
Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Yes.
2 ayes. Motion carries. Yeah. Okay, you got your
Thank you so
request.
much.
Have a great day.
Good luck, huh?
All right,
Okay,
that's
next.
all we got, man.
Okay,
Thank you.
you're welcome. Okay, now we're, okay, still we don't have Mrs. Mariano? No? Okay, moving on. We're moving on to the new business, number 6. And on number 6, we have A, B, C, D, E. And on A, we have track 120123. B is a memo of agreement with GWA and GPA. C is an operation update on the publication for the H housing applicants. And we got D, which is the Bill 107, 37, and then E is acceptance of the order of succession, and F, constituent matters. I would like to respectfully ask to address the constituent matters for, because they're here, and then we'll finish it off and then come back to A. So, do we have, number one, Mr. Jose Chargula Kinat, please come forward and sign, state your name and. Oh, we need a motion. Do I need a motion? I don't.
In my experience, the chairman can take items out of order at their own discretion.
So we're good, we're okay?
You're good.
Okay. Okay, sir, have sign in and please have a seat and state your name and occupation. I mean, your name.
Okay.
I go to the board a lot, so.
Rather going through this long list, I'll let Mr. A handle it.
Okay.
But in short, we've already given the approval for the loan guarantee.
Yes, sir.
I remember at the last meeting, Mr. Kanata wanted, he wanted to split the two in half, rather than what we've done in four, where we approved the loan guarantee and the permission to start building.
Right.
That's what he needs now. He's got the loan guarantee and he just needs permission to start building. In short,
Oh.
but we can go through the whole thing again.
No, it's okay.
It was that his request that it was split. I know in the past you authorized both items at the same time.
Mhm.
And so I told him if we just kept it together, he would not be reappearing before the board again.
Today, I remember that, I recall.
Right.
Okay.
But he opted to go that route, so he's back now. He's got the loan guarantee, he's got it.
Approval to build.
It's just approval to build today.
Okay, so real short, no?
That one should be short. We've gone through this before.
I see, okay, so, is this discussion now? I don't know, it's discussion
your
just
call,
for,
Mr. Chair.
okay, so this is for approval to build. No, you have your,
He
okay.
turned in his building plan.
Yes, okay, so name and date,
Yes.
so.
Good morning. Good morning, Mr. Lee Miller. Good morning, Mr. John Birch, Acting Director of CHamoru Trust. Going back to Mr. Lee Miller, Legal Counsel. Mr. Glenn, yay. Good morning, Glenn. Good morning, Joanne. You're recording. Good morning, Dr. Earl Garrido, Commissioner. Good morning, Arlene Gallo. And also, last but not least, good morning, Mr. David Ferreira, Commissioner, Chairman. I'm here to ask for your support regarding to getting approval for building my family home under CHamoru Trust. Looking forward for good news that I can proceed with the remaining waiting to remove my family from under a canopy that we're sitting in right now. We bear with it, although at times it gets raining, gets cloudy and windy. Here I am now asking for your blessing.
Director Birch, I know you've reviewed this over and over again. What is your recommendation?
We've already gone through the process of the loan guarantee, and there was really no requirement at the time for Mr. Kanata to return, except at his request that he does one part and the second part. I believe he would have been approved at the last time for both, so he's followed everything that the board requested of him. He's here today. We've gone through the details of the issues of his property. I would just say, let's allow him to continue with his building. All he needs is approval to start building. He's done everything else. He's got the blueprints, he's got the loan guarantee, he just needs permission now. So it's the call of the board.
Okay, thank you, sir. Do I hear a
Mr. Chair, I would like to make a motion on behalf of Jose Charla Canata, one of our lessees, in regards to lot description, lot 2, block 23, tract 10125, Dededo, containing an area of 2,023 plus or minus square meters. I would like to move that we approve this lessee's request for construction, is it not?
To build this.
I second.
Okay, so all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. So motion carries. Thank you, sir.
Congratulations.
Congratulations. Build your house. Build your house.
Thank you so much.
Congratulations.
Oh, who wants?
Thank you so much.
Okay.
Thank you, sir.
Take good care of your
Thank you,
family.
Mr.
Oh, yes, take care. All right.
Over 6 months.
Thank you, Lan. What a good
Yeah,
man.
Monday we get, okay.
Thank you. Thank you.
Congratulations.
Yeah.
Take good care of your family.
Mr. Canata, for.
This is my wife.
Guarantees across the past 6 months.
Congratulations.
He's been working at this.
I promise when the house is built, I'll buy you guys. I will buy you guys.
Mr.
Thank you
Kinata,
so much.
Thank you.
just be aware.
Lord bless us all. Amen.
Amen.
Mr. Kinata, I'm sorry, just to be aware, we'll be issuing you a letter to build, when the motion server is completed, okay? Then I'll contact you to pick up the letter, okay?
Yeah. You know, like I said before, I'll build my house underground.
Just wait for my call.
So when there's typhoon, I have to put typhoon shutters.
Bomb shelter.
Yeah. Thank you. Love you guys all.
All right. Have a
Brother
good
Glenn, Jessica, thank you so much. I'm sorry for all my action way back. Love you guys.
Thank you.
Okay.
Good luck.
Okay.
Okay.
Brother, thank you.
Okay, now we're moving forward. Constituent matter number 2, Mr. Edward Uckerman. Please come forward. And,
Okay, a brief on Mr. Edward Uggan. He was issued an agricultural lease in 1997, June 5th, for a portion of lot 102-122 on -R18, containing an area of 20 acres. And in December, I'll just skip down to road drawings, December 23, 2002, Mr. Ogden was issued a bona fide farmer certification. Inspection reports in 2003 that Mr. Ogden had 20 acres in which he is rotating crops, including coconut trees around the boundary of the lot, of the lease lot. In 2022, a site inspection validated that 2/3 of the lease lot is farming activity. However, he did build his residential home there on the property. I think we have pictures of that too, all right? Okay.
That should be in the package, the first package.
Okay, and the house is, looking at it, looks like it's up to code standard. The problem is that he didn't have a building permit for that. So he's kind of reverse engineering on this thing. On September of 2022, Mr. Uggan submitted a copy of his building plans for CLTC's review and approval. On October 20, 2022, Mr. Uggan submitted his bona fide farming certificate. And the findings, again, more recently in February of last year, 2023, he is using 2/3 of his lease property for crop rotation. So everything Mr. Uggan is doing is in compliance with the COTC mandates, except for one issue, is he built his house. And now it's being reverse engineered. He needs, he's not asking, you're not asking for a loan guarantee, right?
No.
So what he needs is he's gonna reverse it. He wants to get clearance from Public Works. So he just needs approval from us. Glenn, what is it? It's to.
It's to build, right, to construct a dwelling, a home.
Although the construction of the home and the dwelling has already been completed.
Okay.
So it's kind of what we call reverse engineering. So he's brought out people, I guess, to look at the property in the house, so that he could get it, cleared through Public Works. The issue here before the board is whether or not we're gonna allow him to do that. I feel we should. He's followed all the rules except for that one. And the house looks like it's up to code, but it's not up to us to decide it's up to code. If we allow him to go out and build, then he has to go before Public Works. And let Public Works, through their permitting section, go through that process of him bringing in an engineer, his blueprints of the building, and whatever Public Works says that he needs to do to bring that building up to code, or if it's up to code, will be on the Department of Public Works and not us. So all he's asking is for us to give him that approval so he can start that process, so that he can get his, the building he has, which is a concrete structure, approved by Public Works. He's not asking for any loans or anything else. In fact, my understanding is the building they built is better than most other buildings you see around on this island. So I feel that my recommendation was to move forward and approve it and have him just go through the process, that we give him the approval to start the process with Public Works, with the permitting, to say that his house is up to code, for Guam, for that, based on the Guam building code.
Well, that will be out of our hands.
Yeah,
We
it
do
will
have to
be,
give the authorization.
right, as long as all we
Mr.
gotta do is authorize it.
Chair, Mr. Chair, I'd like to move that in regards to Edward Agan, with his agricultural lease, his request is building authorization approval for lot portion 10122-R18 Dedadu. The lot size is 20 acres. I move that we approve his request for building authorization.
I second.
Okay, there being no objection, motion, vote. Please, can I hear a vote?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, there being none, two ayes, motion carries. I have a question though on unsurveyed lands. We understand.
But we already voted, so Mr. President, you're approved.
Yeah,
You
yeah,
got a letter from us,
yeah,
so that you could start that process with Public Works.
yes.
So, Glenn, how soon can we get that letter out?
As soon as we get the motion completed.
Okay, motion carries.
Yeah, when we get it transcribed, the motion, and approved, and then we can send the letter out.
Okay,
Yeah, as soon as we do the summary of motions,
Summary motion.
okay, got it, understand.
and we'll get that done as quick as we can.
Mrs.
So-
Spencer,
So we're done with Mr. Ogden then,
Yeah.
so we can discuss.
Really appreciate it.
You're welcome, and
Work
congratulations.
nicely.
We'll give you the authorization as soon as.
I know you've been sitting here during the last meeting the whole time, and
Yeah.
so thanks for putting up with us.
Mr. Agnew, I'll contact you as soon as we get that.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Just keep on planting.
Yes.
Good job,
All right,
good job.
thank you, everybody.
Mr. Ogden, are you raising chickens?
Yeah.
You selling them?
No, I'm collecting the eggs,
Oh,
for eggs.
so you're selling the
A
eggs?
lot of fresh eggs there.
There's a lot of other chickens outside.
Yeah.
They're planting with me too.
He's one of our actual, real bona fide farmers that we have,
Mhm.
so, yes, we need more like him.
Yes.
And the thing is, having a farm, you have to protect it
Mhm.
Yes.
here in Guam, because
Yeah,
you might lose all your crop.
that's what happened to me when I went on vacation. All my papaya were cut when I came back.
Wow.
So,
By the pig or by someone?
Human.
Huh?
And
Humans?
also my hose bit is brass. They remove it to sell it, and the water's running for 1 month.
Wow.
that's necessary to guard your
Yeah, yes.
farm.
And I'm the last one in there, so everybody knows I leave when I'm not staying there.
So that's why you're here, so,
Yeah.
Good luck.
good luck, and thank you for doing what you're doing out
Thank
there.
you.
Keep on farming,
Thank you, everybody.
and thank you.
Appreciate it.
Okay, Mr. Chair, you had a question.
oh, no, it's just, I apologize to you, Mr. Burns. On number 8, I'm just seeing, unregistered land and then registered, that's all I was checking.
Oh,
Not free range.
8 and 9 and then
Free range, I
15.
have to book that.
I didn't wanna no.
Yeah, because I didn't want him sitting here
Okay,
while we're going through
understand.
other topics.
Yeah, so just because the report here was saying it's an unregistered property, right? But then on number 14, it's registered, and then there was no survey, but you know, that was just,
Okay,
because we do have a problem with a lot of unregistered land, so, you know, I didn't want to prematurely, you know, give him all the green light and then find out that the property was unregistered,
No,
similar
he's-
to,
he's good, it's just the
So-
issue of putting the building up before he got the permit.
so the property is registered.
Correct?
Okay, looking at the, go back again to the notes.
Yeah, because I,
Second,
Yeah, number 8 and 9.
8 and 9,
it says, pre-occupier occupying lot 1154, which is unregistered, but like you said, the building is already there, he's not asking me permission to.
Yeah, I understand.
Well,
Yeah.
we have Johanna, go ahead.
He was originally on unregistered from Jigo and moved to the Dedado property that he's on right now.
Okay.
That
So
is-
originally, he was on unregistered.
Okay.
but he's no longer on that.
No.
We, and that's what we've been trying to do is,
So did we identify the right property number or no?
Yes.
Okay,
Yes.
I'm just checking.
Yes.
yeah, we're all good.
Okay. And the survey is done.
Yes, he is, the survey is done. He showed the Mahone, when we did the inspection. the
So
corner.
this area was originally surveyed,
Yeah.
however, it's
See number 6 there, okay?
it's the
In-house,
in-house.
in-house survey.
That's what we did with the property that was on top, but anyway,
But we'll ask him to do a retracement survey.
okay.
We'll ask him to do
All right, thank you, sir. Moving on to number 3.
Since you brought up unregistered, are they usually CHamoru Land Trust land,
What's that?
the unregistered land?
Yeah, we could, I was talking with our former attorney, Umatauta, about that, and we're supposed to submit a list of all our unregistered properties to him. I haven't met with Attorney Miller on this issue yet, and unfortunately, Mr. Attorney Umatauta passed away. He informed me that if the properties were surveyed, it's possible to get them registered within a year or so. If it's on survey, because of the shortage of surveyors on island, it may take 2 years or more to get unregistered properties surveyed, because these are issues that have to go before the court. And at that time, he was willing to pick up on the issue, but I do know the AG's office has hired more attorneys. For a while, we've had issues with trying to get attorneys to pick up on these things. So I'm hoping that we could get these registered properties surveyed, but it's not gonna happen overnight. It's a long process. Like I said, Attorney Gonzalez said, pushing 1 year is kind of cutting it short. We feel more comfortable with a 2-year timeline. But you know, he's not here. His specialty on the island was he dealt with land. And so he had a lot of background in it, so it would have been fortunate for him to, if we could have proceeded with that, but it just didn't happen.
I see.
So now we can start looking at that again, because those are the issues that are not covered by the bills that the speaker has out. And, you know, we'll try to cover as many as we can to fix. Like I said earlier in the informational stage that we went through in the beginning, is that we're gonna be able to take care of a lot of these issues, hopefully shortly, hopefully by this summer. We'll be able to get through a lot of these, but there's those that we haven't, and they're still in the process. We gotta pick and choose what we can clear up today. Those with longer terms, property, it's gonna have to be on a long-term plan. The other ones like succession, switching time and date and stuff, from agriculture, residential, back and forth. That looks like that's being handled now via these bills, and once it becomes law, then that should take care of those issues. And so that we don't have 90% of our leases being on the list of being voidable. They're not voided, but they're voidable. I wanted to take them off that list, and for those that have been voided, to ratify them by this process with the speaker that she's taking. So, I thank her for going out on a limb like that for us. It's been a long time coming, so. Yeah, the unregistered, we should get on that too, because we have quite a few people on unregistered property. And according to the law is very specific. And it's against the law for us to lease property that's unregistered. Our option available to us today is to relocate these people to registered properties. And also to advise you that we have people also, we have leases of people on property that's not even under the CHamoru Land Trust inventory, the land inventory. Because I'm with Ancestral Lands, I have specific names of CLTC tenants. I have leases for property belonging to the Guam Ancestral Lands Commission.
And have built homes?
Yes.
Okay.
And we might have to look at land exchange in that case, unless you're gonna, CLTC is gonna pay for them and pay for the building to move them elsewhere. We also have people who have leases from CLTC that are on federal land.
Oh,
Oh, yes. Things have happened in the past, and these are part of the thing I've gone back on. These are not leases that can be enforced
and the federal land is owned by?
by the federal government, not by Guam.
Yeah, but before the federal government had it, was there an original landowner?
They may have been.
Oh,
These were leases that were issued to them, but prior to that, they were an LUP.
okay.
So what happened, they carried on, that when they moved, they transitioned to
And
CLTC.
LUP was on a federal property?
Correct.
Oh,
And then we issued a lease, a residential or ag, whatever the case may be. And when they did that, they didn't check to see if it was actually under our inventory.
Who's they?
The land agent at the time, or the
Land
administrative
agent for
director that
land
approved it,
management? Oh,
the management, yeah.
land management?
We would need CLTC, because that's our obligation to check if it's.
Whether it was CLTC as a division of land management or what, it happened in the past.
Yeah.
What we're trying to do today is identify these properties and fix it.
Okay.
And some of them cannot be fixed, I'm sorry to say. I mean, we are not allowed to lease property that belongs to the federal government.
Right. And this is specifically in Anderson, like that, in that kind of hot zone
This
area?
is, I think, area 48, this is a Ledero, by here.
And the south?
Right there by, along, Hassel Drive area.
Okay.
Yeah, Swamp Road,
But,
adjacent to those properties.
Federal
But
government
with-
is somewhere? Okay.
Yeah.
but with agencies, other government agencies like Guam Ancestral Lands, things can be worked out if you don't want to move these people off their property, that they're on. But it is not CHamoru Land Trust inventory, it is Guam Ancestral Lands inventory. So it's government to government. So that can be worked out through an MOU or an MA or through legislation, land changes, or for CLTC to pay to move these people somewhere else.
Maybe MOU and just slice it out and just deep the,
That takes legislative action. We
Okay.
need to bring the speaker in on this.
we don't want to decrease our inventory, we want to.
And neither does Ancestral Lands. They don't want to decrease their inventory, that's made clear. But the Board of Ancestral Lands, for humanitarian purposes, has authorized
Okay,
them to have utilities.
I see, okay.
So that they'll be taken care of for now. They have no move to evict or whatever these tenants of CLTC, but you need to be aware that there's other issues other than unregistered land that belongs to CLTC. That can be fixed, but it's long-term. These other ones, those on federal property or other properties owned by other agencies within Guam, those can be worked out. But again, that's not something that's gonna happen overnight.
I see. I have a question on the transitional, transferring all inventories from the ancestral lands to be merged into the CHamoru Land Trust.
Well,
No, there's a bill that's being worked on.
well,
I'm sorry.
you will find a fight with the Guam Ancestral Lands Commission.
Oh,
And because I'll be on both sides, remember, I'm an employee of the Guam Ancestral Lands Commission, I'm not an employee
Don't
here.
touch that.
oh.
Yeah,
Don't
I
touch
would
it.
advise you,
Don't leave it alone.
you don't want to go against, they are,
That's
We
not
have
on the agenda.
families that
The
own
board-
those lands.
the board that I represent in that area, they are CHamoru activists. They will fight for their land.
Leave it alone.
So
I own ancestral land, so.
Just leave it
I'm
alone.
they represent you too, right?
Yeah. Okay, so we move along.
So,
Thank you.
yeah, it's something is, I advise you to stay away from that.
I don't wanna get
Unless
into it.
you could, and in that case, then I have to resign from this board, because I would represent the Guam Ancestral Lands. They pay my paycheck. CLTC is lucky.
Oh.
I've been here for 3 months, and I'm not under your payroll.
Oh, it's not a,
Oh, no, you're not paying my time. I'm here for free. Unlike the previous directors where you paid for them.
well, we're the same.
Well,
Okay,
and
Thank you,
so, that's why I want to advise you, when it comes to an argument of that, I would recuse myself from this agency and represent the one that pays my paycheck.
okay.
I'd be very careful.
And you help
So,
me too.
please, I'm trying to do my best here, but I don't want to,
Yeah, I'm not here personally, I'm here to represent my
yeah,
constituents.
I don't want to clash between, our mandates are different, between it, I switch hats when I sit here. I don't want us to go head to head with another agency, that I know is a tough agency. It's a very tough one too. CLTC has its issues, and Ancestral Lands is, that's another one. I do not advise us to go up against them. They're set in their ways, believe me.
I hear you, Madam Commissioner.
Yeah.
Yes, I caution you very much.
Yeah,
Oh,
you can go
Please,
down
don't.
and ask about your property.
If he's making money to get the,
they're paying for me to be here to help CLTC. That's how much they feel that we need to work hand in hand, but they will go up for a fight if the fight's asked for.
oh yeah, what game?
Your game, okay. Okay,
Okay, let's move on to constituent number 3. Mrs. Teresita Taitenfung. Do we, is she present?
She told that she's not going to be present, but she asked if we could just move forward with, with her request today.
All right, and that's for a decrease in acreage
Yes,
amount.
yes.
So we need action to decrease the acreage.
So just in a nutshell, Mr. Sita Bohar Taifun Fong is the beneficiary of her late husband Joseph Taifun Fong, who was issued a 5-acre lease, and what right now she wants to decrease her acreage. She's requesting to decrease from 5 acres to 2 acres, because right now this time she's not able to farm the full 5 acres, and that's what she's requesting today, a reduction of acreage
From 5 to 2?
from 5 to 2.
Okay.
Yes, and that's basically it.
It's surveyed at JOEP. Registered,
Yes,
registered land?
and this is in the preoccupied. It doesn't show if it's in the.
Because remember, we have an issue at Manila, right? The other 3 homes that were on unregistered land in Manila.
This 5402 should be a registered land.
Should be.
Yeah, I'm not.
Can we confirm?
Johanna?
She's unregistered.
Okay, confirm.
She's in 15344.
Okay. Is that lot 5402?
Originally it was 5402, and the track changed to 15344.
Okay. Do we hear a motion?
Can I ask a question on the issues in number 2?
The,
Were those taken care of?
the building approval?
Number 1, lease issued outside the date and time, compared to 18 GAR 68111. So we, as shown on her application, dated time is December 7, 1995 at 2:34 p.m. That one's always mentioned because, like today we're in application number 6, so more or less it bypassed 6 or 7 or 8 and that. So we just want to mention that it was awarded outside the date and time. And also number 2, no approval for structure on the property, contrary to 18 GAR 6A126, there was a dwelling that was constructed without a permit. I believe it's a semi-concrete home, and it was built without CLTC's approval. So those are issues that our land agent put down in her staff report.
And number 10,
Is the property actively being farmed?
Right now, that's why she's requesting to reduce from 5 to 2 acres. When you're talking about farming activity, just the photos, I'm not sure if you have it, it's normally ornamental and stuff like that, but when you're talking about farming that is required of, is not farming using the property as it should be.
Or ornamental meaning like for
Flowers
flowers?
and, yes, no,
Oh,
stuff.
that's,
Right.
that can be considered.
But if you're, but in the lease agreement, it shows what type of trees, plants you should be planting, not just, it's supposed to be like, maybe the purpose for farming activity is for crop to table, like bananas, papayas, avocado, things like that, nothing ornamental, or flowers or stuff like
Yeah,
that.
but,
If you want that, if you request for botanical garden or something, but not,
It's a commodity that's sold to the public. It's grown and sold to the public, so I personally would consider that part of farming. And besides, here in your sketch, she's got a chicken farm too.
She has piggery. She has pigs. She has pigs on the property.
Yeah. Pigs and chicken.
how many pigs and how many chickens? Okay.
She has about 3 pigs that we currently saw last time. But this is, Mr. Pierce has put it on the screen, her area.
That's the whole 5 acres, right?
So this is the whole 5 acres right here. This is right here. This is what's being utilized right now. And you got the remaining 3 acres right here that's not being used. And that's why she's requesting to reduce it to 2 acres where the area is actually utilized.
Would you have to survey them?
We're going to have to
Partition.
get a scheme, right, done. We can have our, Mr. Pierce do that for us, and then after that, it has to be surveyed. Because she's requesting to reduce it, the question is who's gonna pay for the survey? That will either be her or would be the CHamoru Trust to do the survey. That's up to the board.
What's normally done?
Normally done, but you're the one requesting, they should be the one to be, doing the survey.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to make a motion.
Yes, sir.
In regards to Teresita Borja Taitinfo, for her decrease of acreage amount, I would like to sideline this until a future meeting.
Okay, do we need a second? No?
Second. Table? We can table.
Hmm?
Your table?
Yes.
Until further,
Well, we
Findings
have to
on the
clear up
research?
these issues first.
on the survey and,
Item 1 and 2,
Issues.
and the survey.
okay. And number 1?
Yes, number 1 and 2, because it's cited here as an issue.
On the beneficiary, right?
Issued
Oh.
outside of tap date and time.
Oh,
Number 2. Roman, yes,
I see.
those are the issues.
That's like 90% of, okay, got it.
You seconded, right?
Yes,
Okay. We have to vote now.
Yes.
yes.
Okay, do I hear a vote?
All those in favor?
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries. Okay, moving on. Number 5, number 4, Ms. Sandra Mesa.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to request if we can table that until next, she's not here today.
Is that a major issue? No issue, okay, we move on.
This is a case where back, I believe sometime October, when Ms. Sandra Mesa had requested to relocate from Manilao to tract 9210 Jigo,
Okay,
where her original lease was located in the sick hall. And I'm still working with land management, and now I'm gonna work with the planners out there in regards to the zoning. We're still, it's unclear, because it's a quarter acre lot, and we're still trying to determine if it's a residential or an ag, and we're having mixed, though the lease is residential, but we want to make sure that what's what's documented is true and correct.
and the property is located on what road again?
Track 9210, Jigo. This is the first phase where I believe there's over close to 50 parcels on that, over 50.
9210,
Yeah,
Salan,
first
the
phase.
chance, the chance?
Around that area, yes.
Okay. All right, thank you, sir. Moving on to number 5, Mr. Ivan Ray Tenorio. Do we have Mr. Tenorio?
Um, Okay, this is for Ivan Tenorio.
This is the write-up?
There's
It wasn't placed in the packet.
Okay, got it.
they're providing an update a packet on that one there, an updated staff report. So this is the case of Benita Lizama Tenorio, who is the original lessee, and she named her son Ivan Tenorio as the successor to her lease. So Benita Lizama Tenorio is deceased for I believe over 4 years, and the son is requesting to claiming the successorship to his mother's lease, and would also like to request a survey authorization for the property. So I had Mr. Pierce put up right here on the screen where this lot is located here. Mr. Pierce put up a scheme for this, but before the scheme was just an open lot. So he made a scheme so that it can be the same as the other neighboring lots. The way it's kind of weird because it's kind of lengthy and long.
Subdivided yet, no?
Yeah, it was not, there was a portion off, so what he did is put a scheme, and now he has there's a lot number to that, I believe it's lot 7.
But no survey yet.
No survey, so he's requesting survey authorization.
On the deceased, right? This is the beneficiary?
Right.
The son?
Right, Benita Tenorio, the lessee, who's now deceased, the son, is claiming a successorship right now.
And the son's name is,
Ivan Tenorio.
and he's of age or?
Yes, I believe he's like,
Okay.
maybe early 30s or
Yeah,
something.
It's just because the 18, right, is the requirement, or
Yes,
no?
they-
For them
they
to
did
get it?
yes.
Isn't this unusually big for a residential lot?
Well, because, the residential lot, you can go up to 1 acre.
Well, this is.
The law.
This is 2.5 acres.
But yeah, the reason why,
Square meter?
I mean, 2.8.
the reason why it's that is because if you look at the adjacent lots, lot 5 and 6, we're trying to make it consistent. And if we made it any smaller, what it's gonna do is, they're already building there, a main concrete building, and if we decrease it, it's going to make, it's gonna remove it's gonna have to destroy a portion of this building to meet the variance.
That's square meters, right? The
Square
area?
meters, yes.
Okay.
That's,
So
that's almost 3/4 of an acre.
if you can see lot 5 is even more bigger, wider, and lot 6, so they made it, we designed the same as lot 6, that's square meters. But moving forward, the remainder, lot, that 2,082, lot 7-1, was it? The remainder will be, we're going to try to make it consistent into a 2,022 square meters. The remainder lot, that's not been sealed yet.
Wait a minute.
Okay, so do we need
The,
that?
the lot in question is
7-1.
7-1.
Yes, 7-1 is lot from
2,800
Mr. Tenorio.
2,800 square meters?
Yeah, 2,852 square meters.
Okay, now that's block 12?
Block 12, yes.
Yes.
Why,
23,000?
why is it so excessively bigger than the other lots?
Lot 7 or lot 7-1?
7-1.
Can you pan it over to slide 6, Mr. Pierce?
Here's 7-1 right here.
If you look at lot 4, 5, and 6, lot 5 is even larger than lot 7-1.
7-1 is right there
Actually,
in the big
Here,
picture.
this, the 7-1 is this one right here.
Okay, because
Yeah,
Yeah.
there's a line here.
I was reading what's
Okay,
put
yeah.
up
I
in
thought it
the
was the,
No, I'm sorry,
large,
okay.
right?
This is 7-1 right here.
So they should put an arrow to it.
Yeah, that line there is, yeah.
Okay, so that takes away my question.
Okay.
The other reason is, I think he has the existing foundation
Yes.
for a home, that I believe he wanted to use it for the,
This
for
is
his new dwelling.
yes.
How about his setback violation there in the right side of the lot?
That one is not, that one is destroyed by the recent typhoon.
Okay,
So right now it's living in a tent and stuff like that.
so now he's in compliance?
Yeah, he's gonna, yes, yes. Right.
Okay, motion, any motion?
So it's for him to succeed, they need this lease and also to authorization to survey.
For Ivan? to-
Right, not your, yes.
Do I hear a motion?
I would like to make a motion to approve the lease of the deceased Nenita Izama Tenorio for her son Ivan Ray Tenorio to take over the lease on lot
7-1.
tract 10121, lot 12, lot 7-1, Chico containing 2,852 square meters,
Subject to survey.
subject to survey.
Do I hear a second?
Second?
Vote,
All in favor?
all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries. Mr. Ivan Rayton. Okay, moving on to number 6. Peter Guerrero Salas, number 6. Is he around or?
Mr.
Zoom?
Salas is not around, but if you want to table it, or make sure you'll be here next meeting.
Why is he asking for reimbursement of property tax?
This is for number
Oh,
6.
James, I'm sorry. I was
Yeah.
looking at James Cruz.
This one's for a loan approval.
Survey authorization.
For Mr. Peter
Oh, no.
Salas, he's acting written approval for survey authorization, request approval to build, and also, once that's done, he wants to get approval for loan guarantee for SBA as well. This is the case where his home was destroyed during the recent typhoon that went by, and the issue that's having is the property that was issued to him is a 1/4 acre lot, and and it's by West Nandis Street, along West Nandis Road. And it's because it's a quarter-acre lot, he can't build because it's on the northern aquifer. And so what he's requesting,
There is no sewer available.
there's no sewer available within 200 feet. And it's required 100 feet. It's way over 200 feet where sewer is available. And adjacent lots are half-acre lot. The lot where it's situated right now was actually designed for a half-acre lot, but we gave him a lease for quarter-acre lot. But what we can do, where he's requesting to get it in compliance with the zoning laws, give him additional quarter-acre so they can have a lot, and that will meet the EPA requirements. The lot in front of him is available. Mr. Pierce, can you put the area on that?
I don't, can you give me the number? I don't recall working on this yet.
Can you go to West Nandis, an entrance?
That's lot 171?
Along
10121.
10121?
On Angus Street?
No, 10121 Evangelista,
Oh, Jigo.
yes.
No. This is,
Kalamasa?
Angus Street is in Daniel.
Dedito.
Are you talking about Ivan?
No. He's talking about Peter's house. West Nandis Street, right across that church there, with Machete.
Okay,
Lot 31.
Kalamasa, Machechi, base,
yeah, I just need a lot number.
Oh, lot number,
171.
okay.
Is that 171 or?
Yep.
Yes.
Yeah. Big, small, or this? Small, fine. Set, president.
G on letter J, Juliet, it's unrecorded yet?
This is an unrecorded portion of 1171 containing, so
The quarters?
it was not, the property is not recorded, but it's unregistered property.
Did you get the lot number there, Glenn, or?
Yeah, lot 1171, a portion of,
Yeah. Oh, gosh, I don't think any of you talked to me about this one yet. I'll put up 1171 and you can,
yeah, can you give me the arrow and I can point out, this is the entrance of, from Machete,
okay, so it's right off Machete Road?
right? If you can just give me the area and I can point it out,
Okay, no problem, stand by.
thank you.
Oh, no, great lunch.
Okay, this is the east side of lot 10171.
Okay, can you just make it larger, please?
Okay, it's 9th Street,
Okay, thank you, that's good. So this is where his Mr. Pete Salas is occupying, right here. And you've given a quarter-acre lot, which is the rear of this lot here. So what we're asking to give an additional quarter-acre lot, so you can have the full half-acre lot here, to make it in compliance.
That's an as-built, is that a home right there?
This is a home, right, and right now it's, was destroyed by Ipomera.
So where's the additional acres gonna come from?
From this parcel right here. So right now, he's The quarter acre is right here,
Oh,
Based on the-
but based on,
on the
but
lease?
it should be the half acre.
Mhm.
I don't know what happened, they mistakenly gave him a half acre instead of a quarter acre instead of a half acre.
and where's the nearest sewer line?
It's along, this the main road here.
Okay,
Yeah, and that's to connect to the main sewer line, depending where the stop out is located, it's gonna cost you
about
big
10
times.
10 to 15.
Yeah, probably even more, yeah.
So, why did he not come? He didn't want to.
Well, he was informed last, but I guess he couldn't make it for this.
For the
Yeah,
appointment.
yeah, right.
So why don't we table this?
All right, so do we have a motion to table?
Mr. Chair, I'd like to move that in regards to Peter Guerrero Salas, situated on lot 10171 Dededo, containing an area of quarter acre, that we table his request for survey authorization, request to bill, and CLTC loan guarantee until further notice.
Do I hear a second?
Why can't we make a decision?
Hmm?
Why can't we make a decision?
No, the constituent is not even here.
I can see the need to make it a half acre.
Yes.
And, you know, so he can continue working on these things to build. And needs a loan guarantee also.
And a survey authorization.
Yeah, so, you know, the more you delay, it's hard.
And the home is damaged, G?
Yes, yes,
And
home's
still
damaged.
living there or FEMA?
This roof is gone.
Yeah, but he's
Right
on
now,
FEMA? He's on
he's
FEMA now?
trying to apply for FEMA, but he doesn't have, he needed, you know, because of the zoning, it was never,
And where's he residing now, right there?
They're still living there, I think they put some leftover tins
Okay,
and stuff like that, just to,
Okay, Mr. Chair, I'd like to amend my request.
okay.
All the standards pertaining to the lot description will hold, but I'd like to amend my motion to approve
Okay,
Mr. Salas for authorization for survey, approval to build, and the loan guarantee.
okay.
And to increase
And
Increase the acreage.
Yes, increasing the acreage for an additional quarter acre.
Okay, from a quarter to half an acre?
Yes, increasing.
Okay, do I hear a second?
Wait.
okay, just to include, because, and another issue, he was initially given a residential lease at, lot 31, block 8, tract 1022 Dededo, if you look at item number 7. And, you know, because it hasn't been officially terminated, we request the board that they terminate that, and then he can keep his second lease. So, for
Well,
record.
we'll just do this.
Okay.
And then do the other.
Separate motion.
Separate motion?
Yeah. I second.
Okay. Is there a vote, or
All in favor?
all in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries. Number 7,
Wait,
Oh.
he has,
So, I like, what is recommended here, I think I mentioned, for the board, legal counsel administrative director's action is, item A, approval to terminate February 20, 1998 residential lease for lot 31, that's 31 block 8, tract 1022 Dededo, which is the original lease, and also approval to increase, which you already did, item B. You did approve item C, also for survey. Also, item E would be approval to issue amendment lease, issuing Peter Lambert for residential lease for lot 10171-19-1 Dedo, containing 2,023 square meters, subject to survey. That was a written motion. And finally, F, approval to issue Mr. Peter Guerrero Salas approval to apply for a building permit pending submission of approved building plan.
Ben, I think that was the wrong, lot number you gave, I believe you said 1117.
101,
It's me.
71,
71.
19%.
Yes, sir.
But that's a portion of, right?
Yes.
Okay, yeah. So, okay, approval to approve a lease for lot, portion of lot 171 for 2,023 square meters, subject to survey. Once that lot is surveyed, it will be identified as a new lot description.
I thought we already voted on this.
That, I was just reading the whole item.
Yeah, I think what Mr. A is saying is that some stuff that he mentioned was already voted on and
Right,
passed.
yeah.
The issue is that he declined the award of lot 31, block 8, tract 1022, Deadlu. Right? That's the one that you needed the second motion on?
Yeah, 1022, yeah.
Yeah, 1022. It's a residential application. He declined that award. It's just to, I guess, to rescind that lease.
Yeah, to terminate that.
Terminate that
Right,
lease.
yeah.
Yes, that's the second motion.
If we give him a lease, second, another location, but we haven't terminated his first, yes.
So we need that motion to terminate.
Yes, it's a formality to terminate the original one, since he already has another lease.
Okay. Right. Motion carries.
Need a motion, second, and then,
That's okay.
basically, it's gonna be a motion to terminate the lease for Mr. Peter Guerrero Salas for a residential lease for lot 31, block 8, tract 1022, Dededu.
Let me just read.
Okay, I move that, yes, that we approve to terminate the February 20, 1998 residential lease for lot 31, block 08, tract 1022, Dededo, for Peter Guerrero Salas.
I second.
Okay, so all those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Okay, motion carries. Okay, moving on to number 7, Mr. James Blanc Cruz. Do we have?
I don't believe Mr. Cruz is here, but his issue is very simple. Like Commissioner Garrido asked, what's this reimbursement, $43.18? So Mr. Blanc Cruz is requesting reimbursement of payment of property taxes, and issue is applicant being assessed property tax without being issued a CHamoru Land Trust Commission lease, and he's being assessed by Revenue Tax Property Division. So what happened was he submitted a survey map where the lease that was intended to be issued to him, because that is a recorded map, he was assessed property tax. And he's getting is, why are you giving me, you're taxing me for a lease I don't even have? So that's so he wants reimbursement because he paid $43.18. Although his date and time is December 4th, 1995 at 12:44 p.m. At that time, they intended to give him a lease, but it never followed through. They identified a lot for him, but there was never an agreement or a signed lease agreement. And so he paid, they're billing him for a property tax that he doesn't have a lease. So.
So then they issue a tax rate?
Yeah. If you, because your name is there and there's a recording map, they're thinking that you have a lease, but.
Who recorded the map?
Well, I'm not sure who recorded the map, but there's a recording map already there. And
Under his name?
yeah, and it's will be under his name, I guess. That's how they got it. They assessed it.
But they
Because
don't,
they tend, I believe, I don't see any notice of intent to award. But notice of intent to award would show the property description and, and everything, location.
Would this be an issue for revenue tax?
Exactly, I agree.
Mhm.
I mean, I've been billed by Rev Tax for taxes that I argued and I don't pay. And I did not pay, and there were those arguments. I mean, how could they bill you for property that you don't have? Unless there's an error on their side. So if it's not an error on our side, why would we make the reimbursement? I know the amount is very small, $43.18. But Rev Tax does make errors on their side, and they should be the ones held responsible. CHamoru Land Trust will not be held responsible for another agency's error. So, but it's up to you, commissioners. I mean, it's a small amount.
I know it's a small amount, but I would like to see
But the principle of the matter.
constituents trying to fix this with revenue tax, because this
Right.
was done outside of our umbrella.
Right,
Like you said, who registered the property?
right. Somebody had to do a map, somebody had to take it up. The survey was paid by someone. And back then, at the time, we did not pay for surveys, right?
No, we don't pay for surveys.
It was the constituents. So
Constituents that pays for surveys, so, the report didn't say who paid for the survey, but there is a survey map, a recorded survey map. And, I believe because of that, the property tax was assessed to them.
do we pay for the survey maps?
No, we don't,
When they're recorded?
no, they
It's
pay,
the constituents, right?
right, yes.
Okay, so it must have been on his behalf that he did it
that he did,
himself.
yeah. But just a note on that survey, remember in the beginning of 12-226, Land Trust was supposed to do all the survey and partitioning. And then it was amended when we had the surge of applicants, but go ahead. Okay, so do we need a motion to pay?
It's up to the board to
It's
decide.
it's admitting we made an error.
There's an error.
I mean, we
There's
didn't
no-
do it,
That's-
so
There's no documentation to show or prove that
we
we
did.
made this. And my experience, as those of you who do pay tax, probably gone through this. Property that I've sold, many times I sold the property 4 or 5 years ago. They send me a bill for it, I'm not gonna pay for it because I sold it, somebody else is responsible for that now. And just because I get a bill for rent tax doesn't mean that I will pay for it. And so if he paid this because he got a bill for rent tax for property he doesn't have, I think that's on him.
Or he paid?
He paid it, that's what he said. But like I said, I've sold property in the past and rent tax failed to update their, their files, and they send the bill to me. I simply toss that bill in the trash can. And
Okay, all right, so what do you wanna,
the guy his money back.
Your call.
If, Mr. Chairman, members, if you don't wish to take any action on this, we can just move on.
Table it.
Table it suggests you're gonna bring it up again.
Yeah.
You're just gonna take no action and move on.
Okay, so when there's no action, do I need, no? Okay, all right, so moving on to number 8. Daniel Cruz San Agustin. Daniel Cruz San Agustin, successor?
Yes.
Transfer lease to name successor.
So, Daniel Cruz and Oxine, January 23rd, 1990, was issued a lease, January 23rd, 1997, for lot 04, block 11, tract 319, unit 3 Agate. It is based on its residential application on December 2nd, 1995, at 9:43 a.m. And it was designated number 100. Prior to his death, Mr. San Agustin named his daughter Danielle J. Afaji, formerly known as Danielle Joyce San Agustin, as his successor in January 15, 1997. The decision to approve to transfer the residential lease from the late Daniel Cruz San Agustin to his named successor and daughter Daniel J. Afaji, despite the fact of that issued outside date of lease award of December 2nd, 1995 at 8:07 a.m. It is in the hands of the commission to approve the transfer and request the board approval to issue an addendum to transfer the lease from David San Agustin to successor Daniela J. Afaji upon clearance of all property taxes. So this is a case where a lessee who's now deceased, would name a successor, the daughter, to take over his lease rights.
Is there a structure in the property?
Let's see.
Because this is a residential lease.
It's a residential lease. I believe that this, but I'm not sure, there's no, this was, it doesn't show here that there's a residential.
We can do aerial now? Can
I can.
not Pierce?
Pierce, are you on, Pierce? Mr. Pierce? Pierce? Let me go act like it. Well, I just spoke to land agent when discussed with the named successor. They would just only discuss a transfer of lease to her, but there was nothing discussed if there was a structure on the property.
No, the reason I'm asking is because this lease has been in effect for quite a while, right?
Right. Yes.
I was,
You said it was a tax unpaid? Or,
I was assuming there'd be a structure in the property because of the time the lease has been in effect. And I know there's a timeline to build.
Yes, there is a timeline to build a structure in a residential, depending again to see if the property is accessible. Many times there are leases that the property is like 3 or 4 lots in the tract there's no access to the property. That could be one of the case. Another scenario again, if there's no infrastructure, no water or power made available to the lessee, so a lot of them don't build their dwelling because of those circumstances, either no utilities or not accessible.
CG here it mentioned water, power, and issue to build, permit to build. So maybe that answers.
There you go.
Number G, wrong.
1999,
On G,
yes.
A lot of time, our lessees would ask approval for clearing and grading and water and power, but it doesn't necessarily mean that it's made available.
yeah, and
Right. Track 319, that area 2, I get that, there's some power, water made available, but I know the exact location. Because in some areas there are available, some are not.
Based on the aerial,
Yeah.
there is a structure there.
There's-
Whether or not it's still standing after the typhoon is a different story.
okay.
But based on the aerial,
It
there
shows.
looks like there is a structure.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Lynn.
No problem.
Okay, so. Do I hear a motion? Just a transfer, please. Name,
Successor. Mr. Chair, I'd like to make a motion. Motion, behalf of Daniel Cruz San Augustine, his request is transfer to his named successor, Danielle Joyce San Augustine. This is concerning tract 319, unit 3, block 11, lot 4, municipality of Agat, lot size is 929 square meters. I move that we approve the name change on the lease to the successor.
Do I hear a second? All those in favor,
Aye.
motion carries. Okay. Okay, that completes constituent matters. So,
Public comment.
Yeah.
I know what we haven't discussed, A, B, and C yet.
Okay.
I know we have a constituent here.
Yeah, it's up to you, Mr. Chair. I was gonna recommend, since they've been here patiently waiting,
Yeah,
before we get into the lengthy discussion, would you like to hear?
yeah, and then we can come back right at 1 o'clock.
Yes.
Okay, so, can we come up and?
Thank you. My name is Phil Santos.
Sign in, please.
Oh, sorry about that. Sorry, I'm unfamiliar with these proceedings.
Director, so on public comment, then we can go back to A, B, and C?
Yes, you can.
Okay, thank you. Okay, Phil, buenas.
Buenas, and my partner here, I'm sure we'll find her way to the table, is Deborah Regis. We're here because I think a couple of years ago, well, first of all, we are firearms enthusiasts, and we're also instructors. One of the things one of the challenges that we faced occurred a couple of years ago when the PD shooting range was closed. Guam has a very large community of shooters or of firearms enthusiasts that have nowhere to go, nowhere safe to shoot, especially since the television shooting range has been closed for several years, and then you guys are all aware, I'm sure, about the shooting range issues up with Sportsland. I'm not sure what. Yeah. So what has transpired since then, since PD is actually closed, is that people have started to shoot wherever they can. And a lot of this has led to unofficiated shooting. especially up in the hills, kind of a dangerous situation for the public. What we're looking to do is, well, one of the things that we want to do is look at the feasibility or the possibility of obtaining some property from the government of Guam to develop a shooting range. We would like to do it from the basis of a public-private partnership. The range owned by the government and managed and operated by private industry. Deborah and I own a shooting, or if you will, a shooting academy and a gun store. We are more than willing to invest in an endeavor like this. And I'm sure that there are others out there that would be willing to take part. The problem we have, obviously, is we don't know what to ask for, because we don't know what's out there and what's available. So I think to start, the first question is, how can we find out what property is owned by the government? And I say that as a whole thing because this was an educational thing with the CHamoru Land Trust and the ancestral lands, and I don't know how many other groups of the government are out there that own property or whatever. So I'm just saying the government as a whole, we don't know who to approach or how and where to ask for information, where we can press on and say, is this piece of property available? Can it be used for this particular?
Would you be in agreement to work with a private-public partnership with GCC?
Absolutely.
GCC is requesting an area also for small arms, and their first and foremost is for small arms.
Right.
Okay, because they can't keep using the GCC's backyard as their firing range, but they're also looking at a rifle firing range.
When Deborah and I started this, we actually met with the president of GCC, Mary O'Connor, a couple, 3 years ago. And what drove that meeting was we have some friends that are police officers, and we were watching them use the shooting range of the GCC, and I was kind of looking around, I'm like, wow, this place is like not really maintained very well. And we thought maybe, well, what can we do to help? From a community perspective, what can we do to help? So we met with Mary, and we threw a nugget on the table and said, let us maintain the range, right? You're still gonna own it, let us maintain it, we'll paint it, we'll fix the lights, we'll do whatever needs to keep it up to snuff, and allow classes to be given by the different instructors that are out there, because we don't have really a place to give classes. People that never went anywhere. But yeah, to answer your question, we'd be more than happy to work with any government agency, because this is a needed, the island needs a shooting range for several reasons. One of the biggest is to provide people with a place to go enjoy their sport.
You're a nonprofit or a profit organization?
We represent a nonprofit. The name of the organization is the Marianas Practical Shooting Association.
Okay.
Our focus is equally, to be fair, providing opportunities for shooting enthusiasts to participate in local competition as well as international competition. Currently, we have less than 100 members in our organization. But this is not just about the Marianas Practical Shooting Association. This is, generally speaking, as members of the shooting community on Guam.
And you want an open range or a closed range?
How do you mean, sir?
You want a
Small
closed
arms
kind of facility or an open?
You close like indoors?
Yeah.
Absolutely not indoors.
Okay, all right.
Yeah,
So-
an indoor range would be extremely costly
Okay,
to operate and maintain. So we're looking at an outdoor range.
I see. So perhaps, maybe you guys can meet administratively and do an application. Oh, go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, if I might sort of give the same advice that we gave to the Raceway folks who were here, perhaps a good place to start, frankly, rather than focusing on the land, is to, if you can get a handle on what your range would look like and what the costs are of constructing a safe range. If you can get, and if you're comfortable with those numbers first, then, for example, you need much less land for a handgun range than you would need if you're gonna also include long guns. And so maybe phase 1 is handguns, maybe phase 2 is long guns to a certain caliber, and phase 3 is long guns of an even higher caliber. What the commission doesn't want to do, to be blunt, is spend time looking at its land inventory first, for you to come back and go, oh, now that I know what it really costs to build this thing, we don't actually have the money to build it. So if you can get if you can have a plan, a basic business plan, and around that plan, well, okay, handguns, I need, I'll need this much, and we'd like to have a phase 2, maybe a phase 3. With a plan in hand, we'll be much more productive and much more efficient in providing you options for where the appropriate piece of land might exist. But for the commission staff to spend time looking at all of the available options, frankly, we need to know how much land you really need,
How big a footprint you need.
and that, frankly, if you have the land, the money's there to start building out the range.
I understand what you're saying, and we have addressed that. We've looked at what we would have to do, and unfortunately, I appreciate where you're coming from, but speculation is a dangerous pastime. Looking at your map, the map behind you, if we were to consider, or if we were to be asked, would you consider land in the northern part of the island? That could be iffy. And the biggest issue is because of your aquifer. Shooting and high volume shooting generates a significant amount of lead, which is a hazardous metal. So the mitigation efforts to harvest the lead, to dispose of it, to prevent migration off-site, to prevent absorption into the ground. We've looked at these issues. These are complex issues. And to do something like this in the northern part of the island could be extremely expensive. On the other hand, we look at just an overview of what, like an aerial map of Guam, and we look at the southern parts, right? We know right away we want to stay away from the rivers. There are a large group of people, and I'm sorry I can't quantify that right now, but based on historic history of shooting sports on Guam, that want to get into the Olympics. Well, the only thing really that's in the Olympics are either air guns or shotguns. And a shotgun range requires a significant amount of area for the fallout of the pellets, because you're shooting in the air. As opposed to a handgun range, which can be, you're fine with 25 to 75 yards with a good backstop. So before we can really come up and put a number on something, we need to have an idea of where we can actually go, because that's gonna skew the number significantly. If we're building in a clayish area versus having to excavate a coral is major difference in number.
Do you have a basic size, let's say?
25 acres.
25, okay. So maybe,
And a
like
minimum.
what our attorney is saying. So 25 would be the footprint that you're looking for.
For a handgun range, 25 acres. If we're lucky and we can ask for more, and especially incorporate and utilize the area for shotguns and long guns, you know, we might be able to configure it so that we can contain our activities within 25 acres. Deb and I have both been in shooting ranges, several shooting ranges in the mainland USA, in Europe and in Asia. And 25 acres seems to be a number that can be managed
For handgun.
for actually all three activities, but obviously not at the
Shotgun
same
and
time.
long rifle?
Yes,
Okay.
yes,
But not at the same time.
but not at the same time, right?
I
So
see.
we don't know what's available out there. That's the biggest
I see.
question mark is, you know, we don't know what's available. We don't know what to ask for. We know how much we want, and if we can get more, that'd be great, but if we were to be able to get property that has, for example, a big hill, that would, you know, 50 feet or more, right, that would work as a backstop. You imagine the amount of money that will be saved in trying to get a flat piece of property up north and build a 50-foot backstop and berm.
Okay, so perhaps maybe, Mr. Director, an application would be the first step? You know, applying for a
Request.
property, either commercial or,
It could be a letter of request submitted to the board, outlining what our legal counsel said. I mean,
yes,
what they feel that the gun range or shooting range would look like.
okay.
The phases that are gonna phase in, the preferential sites on the island. We need to get that plan from you first before we can say that we're gonna go out and put our resources into looking at the properties. We do have quite a few areas properties are located around the island, so it's a possibility. I mean, depending, and then of course the cost. When we do go into leasing property out for projects like this, unless it's something like a public-private partnership type thing, you know, it will be at commercial rates, which are quite high. So we have to look into that and see, and that's gonna involve legal, it's gonna involve the same thing like with the racetrack
Okay.
and any other venture, like the same issue that we're going through with the country club and the solar farm issue. You know, it seems very simple, but it's not, it's complicated,
I
and
see.
we're gonna see how much it's gonna cost. So you need to have a plan.
Yes, so maybe a letter, a plan, and.
First a letter, then start working on your plan of what you wanna look at. It's something that there is a possibility, but we need to know exactly. Right now, you reached out, which is good. I guess the next step is to submit a formal letter for request, but be prepared with that plan. We have the same thing going with the country club. They come in with their plans and their proposals. And then we'll look at it.
Director Birch, my name is Deborah Regis. So just to let everybody know, we actually, this is not our first meeting with CLTC. We actually submitted the letter of, what is it, intent inquiry maybe?
Okay.
About 3 years ago.
Okay,
We
that's
actually
way
met.
before my time and before the time of the current board.
Right,
Okay.
so,
So you need to resubmit that.
okay,
It's a new board here, new management. So things like that probably have gone by and, I don't know, no action was taken back then? Or was there any response?
yes, so the next step was to identify the property.
We actually had a
Yes.
meeting, I think, in this room.
And you know, okay,
But the same question was, you know, where?
I see.
In order for us to ask for something, we needed to have an idea of where we would ask for the
And
property.
before we start looking for where, we need to know what your plan is.
Yeah, understand,
It's kind of like a business plan.
understand. We have something prepared that we can submit.
You know the date, so we can retract the minutes?
When is your next meeting?
March.
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 Yeah, but the meeting that you had 3 years
Oh,
ago.
oh,
So we can retract the
we can
minutes.
find it,
We will find
it's in here someplace.
Well, just
Yeah.
resubmit.
It's in our memory.
Because you're gonna wanna
Resend.
update it anyhow,
Yeah,
okay?
We'll
Uh,
resubmit.
Yeah,
I'm
give
not
us a
sure,
date.
but if I'm not mistaken, that big map, the island map behind the director, I think that shows where CLTC has property.
I never did that.
Yeah.
oh, really?
Generally,
Is that
well,
available,
It shows the aquaculture stuff.
Yeah.
so if we get the minutes right, then we can piggyback on the minutes that you have, so we don't have to repeat. You know what I'm
Sure.
saying, no, and then we choose.
It was kind of like, it was really informal, I don't know if there were any minutes. that were
Who-
done.
what's the
Besides, we have a new director,
Angela
so the director
Camacho.
has to.
Okay,
Yeah.
okay, got it.
If
This
I
was
remember
an
right.
informal meeting with Angela,
Yeah,
No
and
minutes?
myself, and I believe Joey Cruz, when we sat here,
Pierce is
and Pierce, right now.
Okay.
And when they initially came in and, requested, and.
So any
and then,
recordation?
the COVID came in or something, and then
Yeah.
it fell through the crack.
Okay, so since it was an informal, we don't have the minutes right, then we're gonna have to,
Sure.
yeah.
Well, and
But
that's
thank you for
why
that.
we decided to
Yeah.
make it formal.
No, that's, thank you, that's a good service, honestly.
So to submit this letter and plan and whatever, would this be at the next meeting that you guys?
No,
folks
submit
have,
it
or
as
we
you're-
just do
when
it
you're
here?
ready.
When you're ready, and then we will place it on the agenda for the next meeting,
Right, yeah.
with, of course, the approval of the chairperson. And the next meeting, our meetings here are set by law, 1 o'clock every third Thursday of the month.
Okay.
So we have to get our agenda out at least about,
Yeah, 10 days
Sure.
before or 7, right?
yeah, because of open government law,
Yeah.
before the meeting, yes, because we have to get our notices out at least 10 days or so of what's on our agenda. So get it to us way before, 10 days before the third Thursday of next month.
Okay. Okay, and you guys have a shop right now?
I'm sorry?
You have
I have
a
a
shop
store.
right now?
Yes, yes, we do.
Yeah.
Yes, we do.
Where's that at?
In Chalapao.
Okay, okay, got it.
We also have a little private shooting range.
In Chalapao?
In Chalapao too, yes.
Okay.
In the valley?
Yes.
No, I was there in Chalapao just Saturday and Sunday, and I heard a lot of
Yeah,
talking.
it's probably us.
Probably guilty of that.
Yeah. But anyway, we'll talk
I know
about
you're very busy. I thank you
Yeah.
all for the opportunity.
Yeah, no,
to
thank you.
bring
That's
this to the table.
Yeah.
And we will leave you to your day.
All right.
Thank you.
Have a good
Appreciate
day.
your time.
Okay, I would like to request for us to have a lunch break
Yes.
until, so what, we need to have a motion to
To recess?
go for recess?
Yes.
Okay.
Mr. Chair, I would like to move that we break for lunch.
Be back 1:30?
Be back at
What time is it now?
1:30.
Yeah, give us time to get the lunch done.
It's an hour and a half.
Mr. Chair, do you know?
Oh, do I have to second?
Well,
Oh, yeah, do I hear a second and then all
No,
those in
we are not
favor?
having lunch.
I'm gonna get used to this one, so,
Aye.
well, we're gonna buy everybody lunch, but nobody
Yeah,
wanted to
done.
follow me, so.
Done.
All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Yeah.
okay, see you. I have a question. Who is the senator that's pushing this bill to start this big fight among government agencies?
Right now, it's not for public consumption, so.
Okay, because my board is watching this and so is
the agencies will have to figure out precisely what their needs are. You know, as you can see from just walking on this floor, Division of Land Management needs a big chunk of space. And because they have boxes and boxes and boxes of records, they want that space to all be in a straight line, so to speak. I don't know what the country club looks like, so the individual agencies are gonna have to figure out exactly what their requirements are. And then we're gonna have to put those requirements together, and we're gonna have to see how many of those requirements can work inside the building that is already there.
But this is open-ended, right?
Oh, yes.
It will be at all parties,
Yes, you know,
depending on all parties, yeah.
yes.
Are you finished reviewing this, Mr.
Yes, yes, Commissioner, we're finished reviewing.
By the way, it says you were in session.
Attorney, what was your name? Oh, Jerry Kane with, Gulf National Country Club. And, here with, Carlos Camacho.
But what you see in front of you is basically what we had
This,
agreed to in our last meeting.
yes, sir, this reflects,
Your concerns
our
are,
concerns from, that we addressed last week.
anybody else have a question? Are you?
No, that's just it.
No questions?
Ultimately, the decision would be, we're just gonna transfer this resolution to the legislature, and the 15 votes will take care of it.
At least 10.
Yeah, we still have a little way.
8 for maybe and 10 for
All right.
override.
No. You're right, that's different parts.
Okay, Mr. Chair, I would like to make a motion. In regards to bill number 173-37, an act to amend the CHamoru Land Trust lease agreement with Guam International Country Club, Inc., that we approve the draft resolution to be submitted to the legislature for them to incorporate into the existing bill.
Do I hear
I
a second?
second.
Okay, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Okay, motion carries.
I don't know, should I say congratulations or we wait for the legislature?
That's your job.
Good luck.
Thank you, Commissioners.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Attorney Miller.
This is a big deal, you know?
It is.
Monumental.
It's, I think I'm very happy to be part of it, because I think, what's that, especially with the new, suggestions that you guys added, right? Do you have the building available for those 3 agencies?
No, but I'm looking at the overall plan, is going to be a benefit to the ratepayers of Guam.
I think so, yeah. I'm hoping that, as time evolves and the commissioners are more comfortable with this, the operating business plan, at some point, I'm hoping that even at the end of the lease term, I know you talk about removing the components, but if they're still functioning, right, it will add substantial value to the property. You guys can release it at max value or.
And maybe you might want to option to continue for another 30 years?
I don't know if I'll be around.
You won't
The
be
company,
around.
the company, the corporation. I know I won't be around, and I'm pushing 10. I'm pushing to see if I can get through with 10. All right, like I
So
said.
thank you very much for at least the first step, and like Mrs. Berdali said, there's still 15 minds there now that,
It's on them.
yeah, they'll have their own ideas. As you see in many Senate debates.
Yeah.
Okay, too small, see,
Thank you very much. I got it. Sorry, my eyes are blurry.
Thank
I'm
you.
gonna stay with the.
Okay.
This will be
Okay, so now we move on to the, new business again on A. Track 10123, the proposed subdivision for the 166 lot. And we can have that up on the screen. The PowerPoint.
Who can sit in or not?
Okay, so is it okay? Okay, all right, I'd like to go to slide number 1. This is the project that we're trying to revive. This is the 166 lots that were, that was rezoned, and it's located up in Chigu. So I'm just gonna read on the milestone. Milestone number 1 is the 166 lots that were rezoned from
May I
A.
interrupt first? Can we get copies of that
Oh,
so we can read it?
yes. I got it. Okay.
This has to do with the new business track one.
Yes, yes. Okay, so, I'm on number 2, the memorandum of agreement between GWA and GPA. The milestone number 3 is the operational update on the mass publication, which is the project from the University of Guam, Masters of Business Administration. Then milestone number 4, which is Bill 10737, that was just being heard today. And I believe that it moved from the 2nd to the 3rd reading now. So, and then we can go to the next slide, please. Okay, this is milestone number 2. This is the memorandum of agreement with the GPA. We kind of went through it with GPA last meeting. GPA will prepare the memorandum of agreement with CLTC for the utility pole analysis mutually agreed when presented by CLTC. GPA will assist CLTC to do an estimate on the properties provided. CLTC will provide topographic survey on all the rights of way on the subject property. CLTC will provide all boundary points surveyed in the rights of way. CLTC will clear and break all rights of way. For GPA, CLTC will only provide the subject property for this task if it's close to the water or sewer. Next slide, please. This is milestone 2A, GWA memorandum of assistance. GWA will prepare the MOA with CLTC. Next one will be GWA will assist CLTC to do an estimate on the properties provided by CLTC. CLTC will provide topographic survey on all the rights of way again for the subject property. CLTC will provide all boundary points, and CLTC will clear and break the rights of way. Next slide, please. Milestone number 3, the daily post insert for the 8,000 plus applicants and the 2,900 existing leaseholders. CLTC will create an insert with the daily post to have the applicants and existing leasehold holders update their online application. The online application will have all updated names, addresses, contact numbers, and email. In addition to the online application, there will be an income and household size questionnaire, not to violate their financial income. We will prepare a table for the applicant to check mark their income and household category from the Housing and Urban Development and from the United States Department of Agriculture income table. In the instructions page of the insert, an example will show what to do in this exercise. Next page, please. Milestone number 3, A or B, the daily post for the 8,000 applicants and the 2,966 voters. There will be a questionnaire that asks if they or anyone in the household are veterans. Why this is key? Because as of this date, we have 2,900 leases, and I think we only have about maybe 7 veterans that have built on the properties on the CHamoru Land Trust. Second bullet, the online application will ask if their desired location for North, Central, or Southern Guam. And then on the third bullet, on the online application, there will be a code for the applicants to input, which is the actual date and time shown on their original submission. The sample will also be shown in the instruction page of the insert. Fourth bullet will be, because of the large database, COTC will send the insert out in 3 to 4 increments. We are fortunate to engage in a student-driven class project from the University of Guam, the Masters of Business Administration, to assist in putting this insert campaign together. If I may just hold, and may I have the newspapers there? The insert. Thank you. So this is the contractor's board sample that we're working on. It's going to be the insert is inside. So this is the insert we have. It's this is the format we're copying. So what was completed so far by the University of Guam students? This is the format that they have done, and I know. So if you look at the front page, so this is where the 8,000 all the leases that were provided, and the 8,000 would be in this format. That's similar to the insert that we passed out. And because of the volume again, we will be sending it out in 3 to 4 increments. So if you look at the first page of this one, that's the cover sheet, and then we work with page 2. Page 2 will have the governor, lieutenant governor statement, and the executive director's statement, and the commissioners on the first page. Then page number 3. You have all the listings of the applicants, and if you look at the code that we inputted on the position number, it's posted as alpha for the 8,000, and the 2,900 would be given a code name or a code letter of B. On the last page, you will see the founder of the CHamoru Land Trust, which is former Senator Bordallo. And we're doing this to dedicate the founder, and it's a small token for us to give him the appreciation of what he has authored, that will acknowledge him in this quest. Okay, good.
Thank you, sir.
Next slide. Milestone 3 BOP, the daily post insert for the 8,000 applicants and the 2,900 existing notice holders. I basically explained that or shared with you what contents are inside the insert. So you see the front cover, as I mentioned, the logo and mission statement. B is the inside cover, and there's C. Page 3 is the existing 8,000 applicants and the 2,900 holders. Inside the back page against the recognition of the Honorable Paul Verdani. And then last, the back page that contains the instructions of the sample page. Okay, next slide, please. Milestone 4, proposed bill 107. This is the bill that was in second reading today. They, unfortunately, it passed the second reading and it's going to the third reading. And the substance of that bill is basically it's interconnected to this project. So the first target is, first bullet is saying that the bill was introduced by Senator Joe San Agustin. The bill appropriates $500,000 to fund the escrow for the Guam Housing Corporation to open and move forward a sign of tri-party MOU with the Guam Housing, the Chamorro Land Trust Commission, and the USDA. What this will open is that it will open as USDA Section 502 and Section 504 for the loans and grants. Again, loans and grants to be administered by the Guam Housing Corporation. The next bullet notes that an amendment was proffered to this bill that reflects the Chamorro Land Trust Commission's default remedy clause under Section 75A112, H1 and H2. This is the succession clause that identifies in the event that the mortgage becomes foreclosed, it will continue to be passed forward to successors that are qualified for the program. The last bullet notes that once approved by law and the tri-party MOU signed, then the previous 2005 tri-party MOU would be freed out. Next slide. Okay, that being said, we open for discussion. If you guys have any questions or comments, you can put it in writing or.
Commissioner, I have a copy of the testimony that Acting Administrator John Birch presented the legislature yesterday.
This morning? Oh, okay.
Yes, this morning, I'm
Oh,
sorry.
please. Appreciate it. Okay.
Do you want one of the staff to read it to you?
Yeah, if possible, please. You may, Dex, please, if you can. Okay, now this is Bill 107. So as you guys can see, right, Bill 107 is really interconnected to what we've been developing. So it's a blessing that it went from the second to the third reading.
Yes, sir.
Okay, please.
Chamorro Land Trust Commission, February 22nd, 2024. Honorable Joe S. San Agustin, Senator and Chairman, Committee on General Government Operations and Appropriations, 3712 Legislature, Land Care Building, CBU 230-761 Asbury Court Drive, Talunin, Guam 96913. Subject, support of Bill number 107-37 LS. Today, Senator San Agustin, a member of the 37th Guam Legislature. I am here to express my support for Bill 107-37 LS as amended. However, I would like to clarify that my endorsement of this bill is my opinion and does not represent the official position of the Chamorro Land Trust Board at this time. It is important to note that the board has not yet addressed or formally discussed the bill. Nevertheless, I would like to inform you that the CLTC board has scheduled a meeting this morning to address the issue of Bill 107-37 LS. Bill number 107-37 primarily focuses on appropriating $500,000 from the general fund to the Guam Housing Corporation. This funding is intended to serve as the initial minimum deposit into the Guam Housing Corporation Rural Housing Service Escrow Savings Account. The bill establishes the GHC RHS Escrow Savings Account and outlines the necessary actions to be taken in the event of a loan default. It also involves the CLTC, which will provide the next qualified applicant to GHC, utilizing the remedy provided by subsection 75A 112, section H1 and 75A 112 H2, the 21 GCA, in cases of loan defaults. I believe that this bill, with its amendments, holds significant potential to address the pressing need for affordable housing in our community. Thank you for your attention to this matter and look forward to the productive discussion at the meeting. C.J. Masi, John T. Bursch, Acting Administrative Director, Planning. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. So, Attorney Miller, any comments on what was just mentioned on?
No, I hope that the legislature passes it and these projects can get moving forward.
So, Commissioners, we presented the about 8 slides of the, now this is what occurred back in 2013. The property has been identified. It went through the process of rezoning from the Guam Land Use Commission, and then a RFI was sent out. Here's your. And a request for expression of interest. So on this request, expression of interest, 4 companies submitted their interest to develop the property. And and this was due back in February of February 23rd, 2022. So this was published by the Department of Land Management in conjunction with the CHamoru Land Trust Commission, because the procurement arm for CHamoru Land Trust Commission is with the Department of Land Management. So that's why it was published through there. So what happened is that on February 23rd, 2022, 4 companies were interested in submitting their interest. And what was required for these companies to submit was to provide an innovative financing in the development of an affordable home. And these are for the first-time home buyers that have a low to moderate income level families. Now the term affordable homes are defined under the Department of Housing and Urban Renewal. And what they did is that they did post during that request for interest 4 categories. The request was for the developer to provide 20% of homes that cost $100,000, 30% that cost $100,000 to $150,000, and 30% of the development that for homes that cost $150,000 to $200,000, and 20% for homes that cost $200,000 to $250,000. Now, based on the analysis of this that was done back from 2013 to 2022, is that we understand currently that the cost of construction, and perhaps Mr. Glenn here can attest that to build a $100,000 home at today's market price at what, $200, Glenn, a square foot?
Well, I don't know
Or
exactly the square foot, but the price have gone up significantly. And as far as the materials and labor itself, it really went up. So what was 2 years ago and today's market, costs went up really high.
yes.
I can't really give you the breakdown of how much per square foot.
Yes, thank you for that. So take for example, a $100,000 home at for example, $220 a square foot, most likely would get you a 500 square foot home, 500, 600, which is a very, very small.
Small home, yeah.
But then if you look at the category here, up to, see this 20, 30, 30, and 20 amounts up to 100%. So the final column here, where you have 20% for the homes to be developed, are in the range of $200,000 to $250,000 per home. So what I would like to request or ask.
I only have a question. This was published on February 23rd, 2022.
Yes.
It's a proposal, asking for a proposal on the interest of the public to give some kind of, if they would do something like this.
Correct, yeah, right there, it said to submit proposal of interest to include the
Yeah,
following.
so what is the result? That was a year ago.
Right, that's what I wanted to ask our attorney, that this.
It's actually Public Works that put this out. So what was their report back?
I checked this back last year, and Public Works submitted the results to CHamoru Land Trust. So CHamoru Land Trust.
There's no one here to speak on behalf
Understand.
of this.
Yes, so.
So we cannot really comment on anything unless we know what was the interest of the public.
Right, yes.
So it's premature.
True.
Yeah.
So.
We go to the other. We have 3 under new business.
Yeah.
And you've given us so many things to
Oh.
look at and think about. And I want comments from management
Mm,
on what's happening here.
good point.
So there's no one here to really tell us.
Okay, understand. Okay, Commissioner Garrido?
Well, aligned with what Commissioner Bradley has just stated, I believe the best course of action to take is to table this until further notice, because there is no representative from management right now that can support or object, giving us the viewpoints, because the first thing in my mind is this thing is dated 2022.
Yes.
And a lot of times, these types of mechanism are constrained by time. So we're looking at something that was 2 years ago. I don't believe this would be valid for today. We need to get current market values. And that would include sampling from the general contractors on building per square foot, and also banking resources that would coincide with this. And I had one more point, but it's slipping my mind right now. Oh,
Okay, it's just because the property was rezoned, and it would be, this is 166 lots. It went through the zoning process, so.
no, but I mean these proposals for interest criteria. The
Yes,
subdivision is done already.
right.
Okay, the way it shows in your diagram is done. The partitioning is done already for the subdivision, but to get a updated or refreshed interest from the public sector or developer or contractor that would bid on this and bring it into today's market values is going to be different from what we're looking at on hand.
So that would be a request for proposal again, or
Yes, it has to go through the whole.
RFP?
Yeah.
Okay.
Request for interest or
Mhm.
or proposal, that would be up to the management. But then again, this was initiated by Public Works, so it has to be done in conjunction with Public Works.
Right. So when I checked Public Works, right, they told me that they submitted all the documents to the CHamoru Land Trust, and That's the document we wanted to ask legal if we can review those proposals that came from that 2022. And of course, not to procrastinate and stagnate again on this project that, you know, that's been already projected for subdivision, 166 lots, will help our constituent base. So that's just, you know, we're just trying to be proactive instead of.
But the reality is, we have to know what the price is now,
Right,
so it has to start all over.
yes, so.
We can't really, they can give us the report of what happened here, but we can't make any decisions unless it's done over.
I see. So would it be beneficial to make a motion to make a RFP?
No, first
Before
we
we
wanna-
even go there to an RFP, just to be clear, proposals like this are usually time sensitive, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Something 2 years prior, we could not enforce, correct?
Almost certainly no.
Yeah. So we have to go from the start.
And Mr. Chairman, members, if I may contribute, because as you noted in your PowerPoint, there are a lot of pieces and parts to this project. The private sector will give you better, more specific, more legally enforceable proposals, the more information you give to them. So, for example, if we can make some forward progress with the utilities on exactly what is the availability of utilities, exactly is the wrong word, but, you know, that the utilities are ready, willing, and able to put the infrastructure in at an approximate cost of whatever. As a private sector bidder, that's very valuable information, and because if I'm, as a private sector bidder, every time you ask me to guess what something is going to cost, I'm going to guess very high. Whereas if Waterworks or the power folks have already said, we've surveyed the area and we believe it'll cost, you know, $8,000 a pole. Okay, everybody's gonna price $8,000 a pole into their bid. And so my suggestion is that perhaps the more immediate priority is understanding what the costs will be for the site improvements, the roads, the sewers, the curbs, the gutters, the lights, the power poles. The more of that information we can get down to very specific numbers, the better proposal you're gonna get from the private sector to build a house.
The reason that's a good point that you're making is I had a developer over a 14,000 square meter property for a planned multi-family dwelling, and it cost them about $250 a foot just to bring in the sewer pipes. And that didn't include obtaining the right-of-way for utilities. And it's a long process. It's not something that should be rushed into, especially ours is huge. It's 166. That's a really big project. Maybe we should even tone it down to be in phases. But, you know, it's a big project. And it can be overwhelming.
And it would help too when they do the RFP that you show the map and the area and everything. Like it says, the infrastructure has to be taken into.
And see, between when we negotiate with the utility companies, are they gonna hold those costs for us to pass on to the developer? And that's where the timeline, gets tricky because, we could go through the process, it might take 2 years to get approval for the process. But if we don't freeze for the quotes that the utility companies have given us, if it's not frozen, then it's gonna accelerate the cost at the end of the day. And, this is a very beneficial project for the recipients at the end of the day, but we're looking at tons of cash to get it off the ground.
Very good. I'd like to merge where our attorney was mentioning about, GPA was here last week, and GPA was doing an in-kind service to do a GIS estimate. So the reason why we included GPA with this one is that One Waterworks is that to work with them also to do an in-kind tabletop analysis. So that being said, right, and we also invited USDA to be here, the United States Department of Agriculture, to explain their program. And remember, today's bill was 107.37. And 107.37 was to provide $500,000 for escrow. And that was for Guam Housing to hold for the MOU between CHamoru Land Trust, Guam Housing Corporation, and the USDA. So the USDA representative, if they make it today, can explain this program. There's a program that they call the SUDA, substantially reserve areas. There's a program, and I understand like what we were saying about the cost for water, power, sewer. Now, you may recall we did a trip to the 3 areas that's called Lada and Meadows. Now, Lada had the same project with the Guam Housing. You guys may recall it was back with Guam Housing, which is a government corporation, and they went in to try to do the development themselves. But you see how Lada looks like today. Those are all low-cost income wage earners that are living in Lada. If you may recall, we went into the Lada estate. Earl, you remember?
Yes, I do.
Right. So that's a low-cost rental housing area. Those are homes that are being rented at $600, $700, $800, and you can tell that the facility is really well kept. What does that have to do with this one? What does that have to do with Bill 107.37? It has everything to do with what we're discussing today. Now, if USDA should come today and explain their program, and I'm pretty sure that at today's hearing, at the second reading for Bill 107.37, if we review that and if we take time to review how USDA explained the process, that is integrated with this. It sounds like tedious, but it can be done. Lada did it. Summer Home did it, and other developers have done it. And this is a small project, 166 compared to the thousands that they have built is a fraction. But the objective here is that if we break the ice and we work with USDA and the SUDA program and get this thing, this is going to be the first project. I know it's going to be kind of, for us to change gears, we'll say I don't think we can put the water power sewer and this combination with the USDA and the Guam housing, but it was done, and it's been done since back in the 40s, 50s, 60s until today. Why have we not done it with the CHamoru Land Trust? CHamoru Land Trust has 11,000 acres. This is just one of them. This is only 166 lots. And of course I can understand. When we look at this and we're saying, that's too much to chew.
You know why we don't? Because our budget doesn't allow it.
Correct, and that's why USDA, with the SUDA program, they have a program that subsidizes the budget that you just mentioned. And that subsidy of
Because government of Guam, we're under the administration,
yes,
Department of Administration, right?
yes,
And we're not what do you call that?
oh,
Autonomous,
okay,
where we can just, have our own money to use to do all the infrastructure costs and things like that.
yes. And if I may bring your attention to this proposal for interest, here it recommended, right, for innovative financing. How the other properties being developed is by the innovative financing. It's a combination of loans and grants. This is not 100% CHamoru Land Trust, no funding. It's a combination of loans and grants. So the subject matter expert on loans and grants is the USDA and the SUDA program and Guam Housing.
Do we have a grant writer in CHamoru Land Trust?
The grant is already available with the USDA, but we have to meet their criteria, and that is one reason why.
Well, we need the grant writer.
Yes, that is the reason why that on this PowerPoint, right, on the questionnaire that we're going to send out, it's gonna, out of the 8,000, we have to categorize in the 8,000, how many are low, very low, and moderate income. So once we categorize the 8,000 applicants and the 2,900 applicants, and we categorize them. Now that's just based on what's submitted here, because if we resubmit this again, and we're gonna engage in this operation, we're gonna have to know how many of the 8,000 and customers or the 2,900 are in the low, moderate, and very low income. So that's what USDA requires, that demographic and that kind of table. Do we have the table? No, but we're creating it, and that's why we have this insert. So once we vet the 8,000, we vet the 2,009, and in addition to this one, the business group has already almost completed the electronic version. So it's not going to be all paper.
Of the 8,000 applicants,
Yes.
How many are still alive?
Good point, and that's what this thing is going to do. Once we do this mass outreach to get the data, you have that data, Greg? Oh.
Attorney Miller.
Sir.
Have you reviewed the CLTC's mandates? Good question about the.
Not in the level of detail that would be prudent to provide you advice on financing any specific project such as this one.
Just at first glance, I haven't read the full regulations for the CLTC, so, but my general basic idea of the mandates for CLTC is to provide land where the custodians that are entrusted to provide land on a lease or for residential or agricultural, and we're also allowed to lease out commercial properties. This is it feels, right now from this point, that it's a duplication of what Guam Housing should be empowered to do. Because we don't do financing.
That's a good point. And this also, right, if we look at the second paragraph here, here it said the objective of this project is to build affordable housing units for CHamoru Land Trust leases. So this is a combination of having a developer, Guam Housing, and CHamoru Land Trust in a tri-agreement.
You know what? Here's someone that's very quiet that knows affordable housing,
Who's that?
Mr. Camacho.
No, Lada is owned by Corte.
No, I'm telling you.
He's a developer. He's the one that built all the Ironwood homes.
Yeah, but this is Land Trust, and
Well, what,
I mean, you know what I mean, we're gonna use USDA and SUDA, so,
I go wait till public comment side, if you want.
okay. I just wanted to make clear with our group here that this was open for affordable housing. I can understand when you say Guam Housing should build the homes, Gura should build the homes, CHamoru Land Trust should just provide the land, provide commercial land. But no, remember that when we did the loan guarantee, right? There's a loan guarantee funds for the CHamoru Land Trust to guarantee. Right now, remember, we only have $7 million, and we're guaranteeing an aggregate of about maybe 103 million, Glenn? The last SUDA, I mean, the last group that came in from Typhoon Mawar, it totaled up to about
5 to 6 people.
right, yeah. So our little dinky dollars is covering everything here that was, remember we did an audit on 100 homes. How many was default? 19, right? So that's that 100 home totaled up to $10 million in aggregate. And you're right. So then we have the new group that came in, which is about 27 now,
Right.
right? And-
27.
yeah, and it totaled up to about maybe 2 million or something like that. So, but anyway, that total, right? I mean, there's homes on the CHamoru Land Trust properties, and there's veterans that are building the homes on CHamoru Land Trust, but those veterans are building it on their own. And remember, out of the 2,900, there's only like 14 veterans that built on the 11,000 acres that we have. So what we're trying to do is to promote that, but for us to know how many veterans are from the 8,000 or how many veterans are from the 2,900, we got to do the reach, we got to do the outreach. So when we do the outreach, then we're going to get the demographics of the category. Out of 8,000, how many are still alive? How many are, what's that? Have your children that are still there, but we're going to get the demographics that's required by the Guam Housing or the HUD and the USDA. That's the only way we can merge and integrate what they're doing and what our objective is. And you know, this was started by the administration in the Caldwell administration. And then afterwards, it was carried through this current administration. So now, at 2022, 4 companies submitted. So that means there's interest of developers that want to come in. If you guys have heard, Summer Home, or what did you say, Lada, Ironwood, these are all low cost rental housing. So they did it, right? They did install the water, power, sewer. And how can you and I afford a 3-bedroom home that costs $300,000 to $400,000 at $600 a month or less, right? But there's that combination that we need to dive into because it was done. And remember, then we went through Lada, we went through, I forgot what was this, Meadows, Paradise Meadows. Then we went to the back, the Songsun, that's a $500,000 home. That's out of our category. So we're just trying to piggyback on what was done back in 2013. If we're gonna let this go, it's gonna be another 30 years, but today I believe and I am confident that we can merge with the USDA group. We invited USDA and Guam Housing, they're not here today, maybe the wrong time, because they're down at the legislature doing their same testimony, and I believe that from the second reading of Bill 107-37, it is now in the third reading. So that's a blessing for us, because once we have that security funds for the escrow, then we can start on the next project. How does that tie in with the, what I just mentioned here? Look, this was done before the bill was even in the floor today. This was done since September of last year. So, okay, so if you want, we can make a, should we make a motion for a request for proposal for this lot, or?
Mr. Chair, I feel that it would be premature right now. There's still a lot of data that we don't have access to.
Okay.
And I would defer to Commissioner Godalio's request that we have a open dialogue with Mr. Camacho, because Mr. Camacho is versed in dealing with federal grants to build those low-cost homes.
And then I think you mentioned you also have 14 homes to develop or something earlier?
But it's private.
Oh.
It's private. It's not
Yeah. Well, USDA works with private developers also.
No, but what I'm saying is,
Okay.
it's not as simple as that. It's not as straight laced as that, because there's a lot of other considerations that need to fall into play to make it a complete picture.
Okay. All right,
So for now, I would like to request a motion.
Okay.
To being that it is premature, at least by my opinion, that my motion would be that we set this aside for now until we get more definitive feedback from the other agencies involved also, because it still feels like this should have been a Guam housing project instead of Chamorro Land Trust.
Okay.
But, you know, just basing at 166 homes, and let's say on average at today's rate, maybe it's $500,000 sorry.
They can get your calculator out. He's a contractor.
500,000 per home. We're talking 83 million.
Correct. Now, but this project, right, is doing a breakdown. Remember, it's saying to work with the HUD and the USDA.
Yeah, but it's still 83 million,
No,
based
but-
on $500,000 per home.
Okay, understand.
And that should include the infrastructure.
Yes, okay. All right, so remember, out of this program, right, they want 20% at the 100K, 30% at the.
That's your dream.
Oh, I know, I agree.
That's for the end user.
I agree.
That's for the end user, not what impacts us.
Yeah, this is the developer, so then 2030. Okay, so maybe we can put this on the March agenda to discuss.
Let's just
Okay.
get some more info.
Good, that's good.
Yeah.
Yeah, because
I'm
the
not
big-
saying I don't agree.
Hmm.
I'm just saying it got to be realistic, today's market.
I like to share with the attorney because they already did the zoning, you know, they went through
Yes, the
the
zoning is
process.
not in question. The zoning is already there. It's already been approved.
Yeah, yes.
And a lot of times too, our government agencies, whether it's waterworks, power, they have their own budget, and sometimes they don't have room for us to get, you know,
The GIS or the LiDAR. See, right now, right, they can do,
what do you call it, the MOU to trade, you know?
In-kind service.
Yeah,
yeah, so right now, the in-kind service is done by a drone. They can drone the place as long as it's surveyed.
I've seen that development there.
Oh.
Aerial view, yeah.
Yeah. So I
From
mean,
an airplane, I saw, my daughter took a photo
oh,
while
this
she
one
was
is-
traveling last month. She took a photo, she said, Mom, where is this?
oh, this is the Paradise Meadow?
Yeah.
you think? Well, good,
And
so,
and now I see it here.
yeah, thank you. You know, and it's good that we have an attorney that's, was that very well versed on properties, because we've been, you know, we really needed some assistance on that, so. Okay, that being said, so let me, okay, so we'll table this for March?
Well, you need a second.
Oh, okay.
Mr. Chairman, if I might, so that the staff knows where you'd like to end up in March.
Okay.
You know, perhaps, in the interest of forward progress, perhaps it might be prudent to do an RFP to hire a land planner, engineering firm
Okay.
to, there's, you know, there's an infinite number of ways that the project can come together. Partnerships, joint ventures, public-private partnerships, but if the trust were willing to make the investment to have a professional land planner just take those lots, take the existing infrastructure, and simply say, well, because the water and sewer are up here, we should really start building up here and work our way down there.
That's the way it will have to happen.
And a professional can advise the commission, and then the housing authority, if the commission can take a pretty comprehensive plan to the housing authority, again, they too will be able to work with you much more enthusiastically and much more quickly if they have a real plan in front of them that you know, a consulting engineer has said, well, in today's market, it's every power pole's $8,000. Every foot of sewer line is $100, and the computer will just add up the feet of sewer line and tell you, well, somebody's going to pay, you know, $5 million for sewers, and somebody's going to pay $3 million for power poles. And then we can work with our fellow agencies and say, okay, how do we, who's in the best position to be responsible for these various pieces and parts?
So the prudent approach would be to make a motion to hire or.
Well, perhaps your motion is simply to ask staff to investigate and report back
Okay,
next month about options for land plan,
before we do our RFP.
before we do an RFP.
Okay, I understand.
I mean, they understand where you're going,
Yeah.
and they can just make some phone calls and see who's interested and see what that might cost. And then you all can decide whether you want to move forward with
Yeah,
that.
they're pretty well familiar with this one, so, and he came from Public Works, so. Okay, so,
I need a
Commissioners?
motion.
okay. To,
I need a second.
The motion is to table for now,
Yes.
until next month.
and,
I second the motion.
so all those in favor?
Aye.
Okay, motion carries. Thank you, sir. Okay, so we're now, I know, well, E is, well, acceptance. D, Bill D, B is Bill 10737. General fund appropriation to the Guam Housing Corporation relative to Guam Housing Services, escrow savings for affordable homes. So,
What do you add?
yeah, so this was heard this morning, that's where Joey was at. So they finished the second reading. I think they went to the third reading, which is hopefully would be possible for us to have another escrow account that would combine Guam Housing, USDA, and CHamoru Trust. Okay, so
Did we discuss memorandum of agreement with GWA and GPA?
we did that last time, and
No, we didn't. That was a separate issue.
Oh, I see. Well, I asked if they can be invited today, especially the Guam Water Works and GPA. Because GPA is kind of aware of what we were requesting. So,
This has to be a whole brand new,
right,
discussion with these separate entities.
yes. Because the last one was for rental, right? For the rental of the property.
Yeah, it was just specifically for the rental.
Yeah.
It's not an open-ended memorandum of understanding.
Okay, understand. Okay, so we're going to, any comment? Chairwoman Bernardi, we're good?
Is it, Chairman?
Okay, so item number 7, public comments. And Commissioner Bernardi recommended.
No, Mr. Camacho can talk about,
Yes, you can give us some insight of
yeah.
what we're going to have, the challenges we're going to have.
It's public comment section.
Yes, sir.
Okay, Commissioners, Attorney, my name is Carlos Camacho. Today I'm wearing another hat. I've done a lot of real estate development, but I'm gonna be cautious of what I say because I don't wanna conflict myself out on future opportunities here. So if you think I'm not trying to stir anything, I'm just gonna say what's been discussed, what I heard at the public hearing today, it's public, and I'll leave my discussion based on those parameters, for those already public disclosed. So in regards to this,
First of all, can I ask you a question?
yes,
How many subdivisions have you developed? Ironwood,
we've gone in site plan close to 600,
and that was all done through grants?
combination of grants and loan. Yes.
Okay, go on. I just want to know.
So
What you
those,
have.
you are, people say you build for today's price market, but your rent is this much, because we are subsidized by the Internal Revenue Service. That's public record, that's the Housing Code of 1986, that's by US Congress. I brought that program to Guam in 2005, today's 2024, and I used it. Cortec, my good friend, that used to be my contractor, ended up using it too. And in Saipan now, they're using it for all their housing programs.
So they learn from you.
Well, again, it's a federal policy that non-exclusive, it's those who wants to apply for it.
I have a question on Saipan, because Saipan has homestead also, and this is land trust, but with homestead, now that's a different criteria again, based on, is it possible to do the same on?
Well, I have to have my lawyers look into it, but in Saipan, you're right, we cannot own land there, so we lease the land from either the government or private, because that's Article 12. So but our program was still applicable in Saipan. I now gotta check if it's applicable in CHamoru Land Trust. I'm assuming it is because you get, I don't know, I don't make no comments on that at this point, but
All right.
if it worked in Saipan and we've done 88 units there under the ground lease scenario, I'm assuming, we haven't tried it in land trust yet, but because we've got so much private land outside the equation. But to answer your question about that particular project you got, you're right, the government is not a developer, you have the resources, and you don't have the financial resources, so there are people out there, it don't have to be me, it could be anybody else, because there are federal programs that, if these people know about it, can apply it if they want to. When I first saw this RFEI in 2022, they put a fixed number, but if you read it, and I'm only reading what was publicly announced, I can't. They said it must be energy efficient, it must be, include infrastructure, and you must, put in all that. But by the time you put in, like Mr. Attorney Miller said, an infrastructure, let's say it costs $8 million, and then you got the vertical to do, plus that, those numbers, I don't think will work. I don't think will work. I mean, the cost of inflation, I don't have to say it, it's already known, is cost of concrete, cost of material, cost of labor, everything is up. And by putting a fixed number, nobody's, that's my opinion again, that's just my opinion. I don't think it'll be hard to reach that number. I think if you target it just based on income demographics, based on, again, what's publicly announced. Why? Because each of them has an income category, and each of them has different buying power based on debt ratio. Those in the finance world, debt ratio is affected by how much debt you have in the back end. And if you look at, I call it the LATA situation. LATA was a government development 30 years ago. Great idea from two different governors. Governor Ada and Blas wanted to build affordable housing. They had the idea to do it, but governors only last 8-year term. They ran out of time. Governor Gutierrez came in and said, okay, I'll do it. He put the infrastructure in, curb, gutter, sidewalk. Then Gita floated, and this is all public record, that's okay. Nothing tied to you, I'm just giving you the history, and government says, we'll do it. They floated a $50 million mortgage revenue bond. They had a great.
What year?
Huh?
2019,
1998 or in the 90s when Governor Gutierrez was governor at that time.
And at that time it was $50 million?
Bond to do it. Well, what they did was they attracted thousands of applicants for that 399 unit. Nobody qualified because it was underwritten under Freddie Mac guidelines, which means you have to have AAA rated credit. When you're going after low-income families, I'm not saying they're all good or bad, but a lot of them don't have the credit criteria to meet the Freddie Mac criteria. So Guam had to return a $50 million bond to the bond market. We couldn't use it. And if you guys recall, that property became a ghost town. Jungle grew, Tama grew, everything grew. Then it was the legislative mandate that amended that homeownership criteria to a rental criteria. That's why it's a rental criteria, because the homeownership had, at target to low, they couldn't fulfill the whole 399. But converting it to rental, there was other federal programs that made it work, which is why today that's what Cortec have used, and that's public record, to develop that whole project. In your particular case, again, I only heard what Joey Cruz said at the legislature today. Again, all public record, you can play it and rewind, because the legislature did ask him about the 166, because they were saying, we're doing all these programs, but there's no housing for everybody in the waiting list. Joey made a statement, there was over 8,000 applicants, and of course, Therese, telling everybody there saying, why are we not delivering? And what about the 166? And Joey gave the chronology, what the chairman was giving right now, and left it up to the last part of the Department of Public Works, the one that you guys are reading.
The 22.
And Joey said, the next step is exactly an RFP. How that's designed, you're correct, the attorney's correct. The staff have to get together and report how they're gonna do that to you guys. The RFI is just a request for interest. This is supposed to say, who's interested? Are you able to meet our terms, because it's back in public record? Why? Out of the 4 that submitted, I was one of the 4. One of the 4. And I keep asking tomorrow after, this is before you guys all came in. At that time, the director was Angie Camacho, I think, and Joey was the co-founder of DPW. I said, where are we at? What's going on? At that time, they were all stuck and they don't know how to fund it, or I don't know, they said they just can't fund it. Well, the next step was an RFP. And the RFP, in Public Works' world, the attorney's correct, you can break it down to 2 parts. The design part, but then you gotta put all the soft costs and pay it. Or you can do the way we do Simon Sanchez, design, build, finance, with your parameters, with who your target market is. And no developer can meet it, then you know it's not gonna go. If somebody can meet it with those parameters, then it'll be a go. But I think you would need to talk to your internal staff, Glenn and Joey, and you're right, Glenn, who has a diverse background from land trust and public works, probably knows the design build concept, where you transfer that to the private world and see who can do it under those conditions. You don't leave it open-ended. Who do you want to target? Remember, it's restrictive to CHamoru Land Trust recipient, and it's up to you guys. If you guys use the RFI category, the percentage, you can just say low, very low, moderate, whatever, which is already stated in the RFI. But it's how you guys do it, and I'm only going to discuss those concepts that is publicly written already. I can't be over creative because I did submit, and I will submit again if it comes available, but I don't know your parameters, and I'm not going to stir with how you're going to do your parameters. That will be up to you guys in your work session with the staff. But the 10737 is a vehicle. As you guys don't know, I testified on 10737 on the original testimony at the legislature, because I've been a believer in affordable housing. On a little nutshell, 10737 provides USDA 502 and 504 financing. Right now, the only loan portfolio available to you guys through Guam Housing, because no banks can do it, remember, only Guam Housing, is a Guam Housing portfolio at 6%, VA portfolio at 6%. USDA today announced in the legislature that it goes from 1 to 4%. So, and they go up to 38-year term.
Our legislature doesn't dictate.
Oh, no. Because of the bill, they're appropriating the money. They want to know what is the impact. So they asked in the committee of the whole, they asked questions. That's why I didn't come here this morning, because I was listening to that. I wanted to ask how they answered it, and I'm glad it made it up to third reading. Again, for the record, I am not a CHamoru Land Trust recipient. I don't benefit on the 502, 504. It's your recipient, the guys that come here, the guys that come here for you guys' help. This will be a third loan opportunity for them. And again, that is income driven, as they stated in the public hearing, the oversight hearing, the committee of the whole today. So the concept, there's a way of doing it, but I don't want to start. I think Joey mentioned a few of his next step after that RFEI on the legislative floor today. I think maybe you should ask Joey Cruz, you guys do a work session and see how you guys figure out what needs to be done, but I think it could be done. We've done it in the private world. We've done it to save LADA. LADA was a failed project today. You guys have, those who took the drive, so how LADA is done. And it's done in Saipan, but that's why I could say, and these are federal programs that are statutory done by the U.S. Congress, that is available for any developer, not only the guys who know how to use it, any developer. I hope I might come conflicting myself, so you know.
Not yet.
Okay. I don't want to make sense, so stop. So that's basically in a general sense.
You mentioned that was for rental purpose, right? Because right now we're on the lease purpose, we're on the lease terms right now, our mandates.
Yeah.
So how that's going to, fit in from lease to rental?
Well, I only can state on the RFI that I submitted that I may need to do a statutory amendment to your statute to allow that flexibility. Same way we did LADA. LADA was statutory only for home ownership,
Right.
but failed for 30 years. But when we changed it in the legislature to allow the flexibility, the results today is there's 399 families living there.
Yeah, but that's rental.
I know, but
Yeah.
I'm just saying, you got 3 loan programs. I'm gonna say what you get, VA, FA, I mean, Guam Housing, and potential USDA. Not every applicant are your 8,000. And maybe Mr. Bravo can understand the credit criteria. Everybody wishes to get a home, but they don't meet the debt ratio and credit criteria. They're either have to fix their credit, whatever the reason may be. And I only give the latter experience because when they floated the $50 million bond, it sounds so exciting. They rushed everybody down to the grounds of Guadalupe to sign up, but nobody qualified. That's public record, and you can rewind that and check that out. But you trying to learn from the lessons from the past, and I would say he's trying to make it flexible. And it's so ironic you guys put the word innovative financing there on your, several years ago. But I have to keep all the stuff tight to my chest. And maybe there's other people that learned the program now, because I've been doing this for 15 years.
Well, that's why I was commenting that they learned it from you.
Which is fine, because I don't control the federal program. And now, he's done a lot, over one now.
Yeah,
He's
that's
done
what
a
I'm
lot.
saying. He collaborated with you to learn your method, and now they're using your method.
Well, good story, but it's a congressional statute that he's using.
Yeah, but
So-
he didn't research it.
Yeah, maybe, or maybe hire the good consultants later. Anyways, at the end of the day, these programs are available for anybody. I normally don't talk publicly because I don't like to give out my trade secrets, but I'm already getting this old, and if you don't share it to the policymakers, they won't know that it's gonna work or not, you know what I mean? I'm not gonna say it's gonna work or not, I don't know. I mean, you guys are all correct and concerned, but I really think what I heard, what Joey said, Joey went through that whole exercise up to this February 22, whatever the date is.
Yeah.
And he probably can give you guys an update on what transpired and what needs to be done to make it work. Because he also mentioned that he tried to do SUDA, Joey. And I know the reason why SUDA failed in Guam. I was the one that helped SUDA in 2012 from Congress to get it implemented for the territory. But for Guam, I know the reason why there was a hiccup. But that's the government trying to do SUDA. There's only 3 types of entities that can apply for SUDA. A recognized Native American tribe, this is in Congress. A government entity like you guys, what you guys try to do, not you guys, the CHamoru Land Trust, the Joyce City Tribe. And number 3, a NGO, a 501(c) IRS approved NGO. It's only 3 categories, 3 types of entity.
That's the non-profit.
Yeah, nonprofit.
The Native American, I know Attorney Miller is pretty much familiar with the Native American area in Arizona, so I think we're in good hands.
Well, Guam Housing is doing the Native American Veterans Loan Program. That was adopted in 1998. Now that is available and soon to be the USDA on land trust lease. But
Attorney Miller, we don't qualify under the Native American, do we?
You have to, Congress
Yes, it was.
changes
specified.
it for every
Yes.
particular program. Under my general understanding, the answer would be no, but that doesn't mean that they, in regards to this particular program, they haven't changed the definition so that, in fact, Guam would qualify.
Yeah, because I remember, I'm not sure where I was receiving information about that, but it was mandated. For us to be included, Congress has to change, I'm not sure if it's the Constitution, because it's specifically just implied for Native American, not
My general understanding,
like Indians.
right, my
Yeah.
general understanding is when federal law says Native American, or Native American tribe.
Yeah, I think that's
It
that was
means,
that was the
it
catch-all.
means you're on a list at the Department of Interior, where the Bureau of Indian Affairs has put you, has done all the work that they do to say, yes, you are an Indian tribe, we now put you on the list, join the club.
Yeah, because Hawaiians are not in that. They're in the same situation as we are. Because, like you said, we're not with the Native Americans.
Yeah, but we're under Department of Interior.
But,
And that's why we'd have to go check.
So for clarity for SUDA, Chamorro Land Trust is the eligible entity that can apply. So you guys qualify, and then, 'cause that's why Joey tried it previously when he was working with the big group out of the United States, RCAC. I see this closely in the public hearing. And so you guys, Gulf Guam entity is qualified, just like a native tribe is qualified, and an NGO. So 3 under the territory areas that I know of. Now I know what the hiccup was, but I'm keeping that tight to my chest. If the government can't solve it, then if it comes out, I would recommend a solution. And then if it doesn't work, it doesn't work. If it works, it works. But that's all I can say.
Thank you, sir. Of course, this is the, again, as we were presenting this, Chairwoman Bradley was saying that that's too much, but of course, there's a lot of moving parts in this one.
Well, the great news, Mr. Chair, is, as you stated, from 2013 today, it had all the findings, agency review committee, Guam News Committee. But here's the problem with that. Those are all expired now, because they only have 1 year life. But driving through Jigo, I don't see major development that can impact your water and sewer where GW and GP come back and say, oh, wait a minute, you're gonna put another 166 homes?
yes.
We gotta review it, but you can tell if there's any new impact, but that'll be up to you, agency, the agency, to invite these guys to say, with your team and say, here's the old report that expired. Are we able to update it or reuse it? That's up to you guys. You guys have to look at that.
Well, no, it's not up to us, it's up to GWA and GWA.
Oh, yeah, that's what I
to see if
mean.
they
But
can
you guys gotta work on that.
accommodate that load in that sector,
Yeah, you're right.
especially sewer.
Yeah.
Yeah, all those data are in this report here. If you read it page by page, they're engineers from GPA and Warm Water Works.
Yeah, and they probably have, I'm sure they probably have to be updated because it's 2013.
Right.
It's almost 11 years old.
But you're right, there was no other major development over there other than Paradise Meadows.
Yeah.
But other than that,
But it can be done.
I don't want to make no promise, but
I mean,
if all I can do is compare is, I don't know your 8,000 potential qualifying position they're in, right? You got the lot, they're all gonna pay $1 a year per lot, based on your statute. The only cost is your infrastructure and the building. So, if I took that in the private world today, there'll be 3 layers of expense. Expensive land, building, and infrastructure. You're removing the land part, the other thing's $1 a year lease, and the top 2 part that Madam Bernardo said is the cost of today's price.
yes.
But if you guys invite Gura here, that oversees HUD, they're just kicking off a program where, and that's public record again, that does 30% subsidy on high-cost homes. And I know HUD can come to Chamorro Land Trust land, because 15 years ago, I applied a HUD program in one of your own clients,
What is Richard Talon's development called up there in
Paradise Meadows,
no,
Paradise
That is-
Estates.
Paradise Estate?
Yeah.
Paradise Estate, Paradise Meadow, and any new development occurring along Route 1 is a big impact to the sewer system.
Well, I don't know if you guys know this, but you guys accommodated, and it's public record, you guys accommodated the utility easement to go through you guys' property.
Correct, and that's why we want to start on this one.
On that particular property, right through that, and if you see in the middle, see the big project in the back? You see the big project in the back? I can't see my eyes, but
It's okay, yeah, that's Paradise Meadows.
right through you guys' property is water and sewer through Marine Drive.
And then, yes,
So they already brought in the utilities to that property, so you got Marine Drive frontage, and right through it, and you turn Paradise Meadows.
No, my concern though is not the availability of the sewer line, it's the capacity of the sewer line.
Exactly, you got to,
Northern sewer, my understanding, northern sewer is maxed out. So everything is going to be rerouted for new developments down to the Viana sewer treatment plant.
so that would be, if I did that in the private world, we always go to GWA and they'll do exactly the impact
And
analysis.
they'll tell you how much to pony up to accommodate.
Yeah, so I don't know, I can't answer to that one, but I'm only talking about what was publicly done.
What we
I
want
don't know.
from you is the procedures that we should be made aware of before we move forward.
Yeah. And maybe that's why when you guys got the, I saw the GWA, GPA, MOA, maybe you guys can ask.
No, we don't have an MOA with them yet.
Oh, when you guys can ask the utility, if we did this, can you guys give us an analysis of if 166 homes is gonna impact your water and sewer line? At least that kind of relation you guys have. If it says yes, then oh boy, yeah, we're in trouble.
the GPA kind of gave us a preliminary already, so, you know, with their GIS, so that's where we got the idea that if they can do it through LiDAR and their GIS, then, you know, at a very minimal price, this can be done at very fractional price. Versus sending out a crew of 10 surveyors and.
But again, you got like Joy Cruz, that's, I think, one of your long-term administrator. I think he knows the history of this, because when he spoke to the legislature, he gave the chronology of it, exactly what you're doing today. So I'm hearing it twice. I heard it down there and I heard it here. And the senator goes, what's your next step? And Joy mentioned,
I'm not so worried about the power company because Kudu is going to be opening
Yeah,
up
yeah.
soon. And possibly a new solar station will be
Yeah.
put into the grid
Yeah.
soon. But we also have the solar grid on the Marble side,
yeah,
and that's all serving the northern part
yeah.
of the island. It's really GWA with their sewer lines because
Yes, so at the end of the day, to answer your question, it's doable, but I have to leave that when you guys design RFP, who your target market, whatever you guys want to do it, then, so you did the RFI already, and the RFI is interesting, and you're supposed to take each proposal, and it's public record, and all of us share each other. That's how we do it at Blue Rep for the housing. Everybody submits your idea, and then they take that and they create the RFP. And then RFP is a competitive process. I mean, there could be some other quiet guys out there that don't want to talk. I normally don't speak like this, but I was here because of the stuff and I saw the agenda, I go, oh, it's housing, anything related to housing, I'll stick around to listen.
Affordable housing is our problem for us to buy, you know, for our constituents.
That's when I do my private development, I do in private land, because I don't do government, procurement bureaucracy, not your blame, it's the government procurement bureaucracy, you know what I mean? I can put a price today, and it takes 6 months to sign a contract, and the price goes up, it's, oh.
And not only that, if it's contested, longer time frame again.
And then if I put a $10 price today, contest it for 7 more months, and then Hawaiian Rock goes, the concrete's no longer this much per cubic yard. Oh my God, then we're stuck. In the private world, we don't have that, but that's why I'm always very cautious on government project. But unless there's flexibility, but there's no way, it's gonna be, I don't know, I never done a government because of the procurement and the potential of the delay. Because once you put a firm fixed price in there,
Time is-
Sometimes you don't get your project till 10 months later, then you say, oh, I priced it 10 months ago. But that's just my view,
Yeah.
But anyways, thank you very much for allowing me to speak in the public comment.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah. Thank
And I
you
hope
so
that helped you guys open up some thoughts.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
much. All right.
Attorney Miller, thank you.
Thank you.
Are we finished?
Number 8.
We're not going to 5 o'clock, is it?
No, we're gonna go early, so, and then I won't be here next month, so,
Why you not going to be here?
no, I just got terminated, so. Next meeting will be on Thursday, March 21, 2024, at 1 p.m., CHamoru Land Trust Commission Conference Room, Suite 223, second floor, ITC Building, Tamuning, Guam. Any motion to adjourn?
Mr. Chairman, I move that we adjourn the meeting.
We're here second, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Bon voyage, adios. Ang salamat po. Thank you, we're done.
What do you mean you're terminating?
That's the words and spell it, yeah. So I'm on it here.
Like, now he's out of the city.
I'll handle.